So, welcome to session 57. Previously, you embarked on the expedition to Lumev with the goal to return to Delsara City and explore the military HQ and the military district in order to find out more about the Lumev weapon. You returned to the stone pillars, going deep into the facility, and eventually found a shadow kind in some sort of long-term sleep, but still alive. You retrieved the person, a woman, and she is still with you, although you are unable to wake her by magical or medical means. You discovered a new location that has been opened in the crater facility transportation system, though initially the crystal was blinking for some reason, though it was solid on your way back. The new location appears to be in the upper left location on the wall map. When reaching Delsara City, you found that something had agitated the machines. You dealt with a horde of spider automata and giant war machines you've never seen before. You finally reached the military HQ, disabled the security systems, spoke to the caretaker and AI running the facility. Eventually, you found your way to the weapon research area and gained access once helping the AI deal with the virus. There, you discovered an alternate plan, and even that they were aware of the Nexus. Ire received information that would become active once it becomes useful, or at least so you were told. You learned of Shara, an AI alternative for the weapon, and a plea to come to Nitaro in order to save the Nexus from a similar fate. Afterward, the weapon research AI started a self-destruct sequence as protection against the virus. You escaped, though not before Ragu stole a weapon, and that would later self-destruct. You eventually returned to the Nexus. And once you arrive in the Nexus, um, as we discussed last time, a group of soldiers surrounded you. They seemed glum and quiet, but they seemed intent on escorting you directly to Mavin. And as you approached Mavin, you noticed that there were holes in the city walls, stone bodies being moved in the streets, and recently burned out buildings as they escorted you directly to the guild. And since you were once there, you were ushered inside and sat before a very stern and uh, somewhat depressed-looking Carl. So I'm going to go ahead and take you to the map, if I can find it. I'll just put you on the city map. I don't know where the other one went at this point. Anyway, as you sit before Carl, he looks at you seriously and he says, "Welcome back. I wish I had better news, and I certainly hope you have good news. But first, before talking to you about what has been going on here, what did you find?"
Well, Risteri does have a full written report that he goes ahead and turns over, but we
He
still have
takes
a
it.
yeah.
And Pico, your I don't think your audio is working.
All right.
We still
Well,
have a full oral report.
while we didn't find the actual Kylon weapon, we did find some valuable information regarding its actual location. It looks like a path to it has probably opened up, and in critical information regarding operating it has been imparted into Ire. So we should be able to do something about that. Some better news is apparently the weapon, or they did make. Okay, so the initial use of the weapon unfortunately did cause problems for the Shadowkind, which is why we find so few of them. It does turn out that they did find some way, although maybe a little too late, to deploy the Kylon weapon in such a way that it doesn't harm the populace as well. They seem to be aware that this world exists and that if the weapon had been used properly the first time around, it could have preemptively protected this location in the first place. It sounds like we'll be able to use it to protect the Nexus. We just need to get back out to it and figure that out.
Okay, he kind of leafs through the report that Ragu gave him, And then he looks up seriously and says, "This is good news indeed." And you will find out shortly why this was very critical. While you were gone, not too long after you left, the city was attacked by a horde of Kylon. While we were able to successfully repel them, it was at a great loss for life. The city militia and members of the pattern guilds helped as much as possible, but even amongst them, many died. They breached the walls and destroyed many buildings inside, and there are still more that are being rounded up as we speak. During this process, during the attack, your ally Oreo, she returned, and she made a name for herself during the attack as a big part of the scouting efforts and disrupting the enemy. And due to all this, the festival of Hara has been cancelled. An ill omen indeed that has the priests worried. And as if that wasn't enough, the Arcane Tower officials have been acting oddly and have been pressing the city lord for complete control of the Lumev expeditions and knowledge of the Lumev weapon. And what's more, cult activity and unrest have spiked, spurred on by the attacks, with riots and talk of the end of the world. But despite all of this, I must insist that you get your training and rest, because you will need it in the coming days. In the meantime, when he is not training, we wish to study ire and have our experts attempt to figure out what information he has gleaned. And but he will not be harmed in any way, of course. And once we have sorted things out here, and once we find out more about once we go through the information you provided and do our own research, we will likely send you out again to secure this weapon. In the meantime, you as a group are charged with finding the bases and leaders of the cults, the Grey Cult and the Sword of Justice. Other groups are also investigating, but our resources are spread thin, rooting out Kylon stragglers, keeping the peace, dealing with displaced people, repairing buildings, putting down riots, and taking care of the ever-present looters. And one final thing before you go. Jared sends a message. He wants to meet you at the Golden Dice on the 15th at your regular time. And what's more, with the issues with everything and forces spread thin, I will be the. We've been asked to pay you a flat fee for all the work that you've done. The guilds will, once things settle down, they will get back to you to gain any information or whatever it is they asked you to do. But in the meantime, I will be we will be paying you each 5,000 silvers. So he hands a sack to each person with 500 gold in it. And I'm afraid that whatever else you've brought back, please leave it with us for study, and it will help us hopefully to learn more about the people of Lumev, and it will and any information that you found or artifacts perhaps will help us figure out more of this weapon or other things of importance. But I'm afraid we cannot offer you more at this point in time.
Related to that, you mentioned that people at the Arcane Tower were acting odd.
Yes.
How widespread is this? Because one of because of course I'm a member of the Arcane Tower, and well, we've got, and I gesture to this unconscious shadow kind woman because I think we would have brought her with us. Um, my mission actually, I guess Devok and I, you're in the Arcane Tower too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Our mission was to find this individual, and we did. She's comatose and hasn't woken up. But if there are potential problems with the Arcane Tower, especially with them demanding some sort of control, I don't know how safe it is to hand this woman over to her. If there's any concern that they may not be trustworthy in this rapidly developing conflict.
Unfortunately, I could not tell you. I know that there's at least one amongst their top level that has been acting oddly and making these demands. I do not know how widespread it is through the tower or how much of an agreement they are as a whole. I do know that they have been doing their duty. They have been helping us to repel the attack. They have helped with the wounded. And rank and file, I believe that the Arcane Tower members are are still trustworthy, but I do not know how deep it goes.
So I guess one other question related to that is there obvious discord in Arcane Tower? Like, for instance, obvious conflict where within? I mean,
There is some evidence that there is some sort of internal strife amongst their upper echelon, but it appears to be isolated to perhaps the top grandmasters.
um, yeah. I guess then let me just ask you this question. Do you feel that the threat's big enough that we shouldn't deliver this woman to her?
I believe that perhaps we should care for her for a while.
Okay. I'll tr- I'll try not to say much about it, but well, I'm trying to think.
Well, speak the truth when you return. Just tell her that the Nexus Guild asked you to let them look over her, and we will deal with whatever fallout comes from that.
Okay, that's exactly what I needed to hear.
But chances are, as I've mentioned, that they've asked much of you, but I suspect that it'll be some time before they call upon you. That's for all your guilds. That is why we've been asked to pay a larger a larger amount to each of you immediately, because it may be weeks before they can deal with you properly outside of basic training.
All right. Well, in that case, I guess we'll
Do
do
we
our
need to
work.
do we need to talk to the Nexus Guild about the Cthulhu Panthers and all that?
Oh
Or
yes,
is that all?
we managed.
Yeah.
We brought some live specimens back from Lumev on the way back uh, that we thought might be handy for research purposes, but they're fairly dangerous ones.
Oh,
I
that is interesting. Yes, we will get our researchers will meet you on the way out, and then you can talk to them about what you found.
All right. And just so you know, these are, I mean, we talked about these from the first expedition, but they're dangerous with these tentacle attacks. They can infect people with disease that Rasiri found an antidote for. So you'll want to make sure that anybody exercises caution. We'll explain that to anybody we talk to, but I want to make sure you know that too.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I'll go ahead and
In fact, I would like to have instructions on how to brew this
that's
antidote.
That's exactly what Siri was getting at. He is handing over a piece of paper with his alchemy formula for the Cthulhu Panther cure and 3 sets of herbs to make the antidotes. And if you send a runner to my house later tonight, I will give him something else for the antidotes.
He nods. I thank you for this. I don't know if this will be necessary, but it might, especially if we have to send more expeditions beside yourselves, or if the worst happens and we need to send someone instead of yourselves. And then you hear him whisper, "Please don't let that happen."
Well, we're not interested in failing, at least not any worse than we normally do.
He chuckles a little, and then he nods and he says,
Oh, oh.
We are the
One other,
cavalry, after all.
one little detail. Remember those gems you gave us? We did have to use them. Not only were they were critical for us being able to bring this information back about the Kylon weapons. I just want you to know that that expense was worth it.
"That is good to know, and if it saved your lives, then it was worth it." All right. Well, it's been a long journey for you, and a very long week for us. So if there's nothing else, I suggest that you begin your training, and do not forget, Pico. My understanding, this Jared person, you asked me to relay messages from him, and it sounded like it was important.
Well, I wanted to speak with him anyway, so him having an appointment for that. And you did say the 15th, correct?
Yes.
It's actually kind of later than I'd like to wait, but if he's okay until then, I guess I'll be fine. That gives. Actually, I know he's dropped messages off here. Has he ever had any representatives come asking about if we have any messages the other way around?
Yes, they do ask if you have messages or if you can be reached. But yeah, my understanding is that this Jared person, he is indisposed until the 15th.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Tyler's saying that he can't hear you very clearly. Although he says I'm coming through okay, which is odd, and I can hear you okay.
What about you, Brosnan? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right.
I can hear you.
I'm not sure what to do on my end then. Tyler, what is it I sound like?
Uh, Hello,
Hey, Tyler.
Jeremy. Yeah, you sound like really robotic and keep breaking up and quiet. So it sounds like I'm trying to listen to you through electronic garble. I think I missed more than half of what our
Uh,
debrief just was.
I don't know if it'll help, but go ahead and try just disconnecting and then go ahead and rejoin the call. Yeah, just click that. All right, let's see if that helps any. Go ahead and say
All
something.
right. So what do I sound like now, if anything?
A little better at the moment. You'll have to talk more for me to be able to really know.
Okay. Yeah, it's odd that you're having trouble and
Nobody else
Brosnan
is.
isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
And I'm not
All
either
right.
listening through the headphones.
Yeah, David, you're coming through loud and clear. Brosnan, you're quiet but clear. But I really had a hard time understanding what you were saying, Jeremy.
Why don't you go ahead and try dropping out of the call and coming back in, just in case that helps it on your end. I already had Jeremy do that over here.
Okay. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
All right, you have any better luck with the audio?
It took a while to connect. Somebody talk.
Oh.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, you do sound clear. Hopefully
Okay.
that was it. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so you guys are gonna do your long rest things, but before we go through that, I'm just gonna go ahead and go through the various items that you had set up to be identified. I'm just going to say that a gimbal basically dropped off or actually, I think it's a Nexus guild you had doing this. But anyway, either way, they had the information for you. So,
Oh, sorry to interrupt. There was actually one last thing I had for Carl related to what was going on was I was going to have him ask him or say that if somebody shows up asking for messages for Carl, um, just tell him that we'd like to discuss the seal.
okay. All right. So as far as the magic items go, there's 3-inch glowing white spheres. You find out that they are a magic light source, always hot to the touch. But you also find out that it can store one spell, which can be cast from the sphere as an action using a telepathic activation with a range of 30 feet. If a new spell is cast at the sphere which it absorbs, it replaces the existing sphere. So let me go, listing spell. So let me go ahead and paste that in
Oh,
chat.
All right.
that definitely
And
sounds
who had
interesting.
those? I believe Pico
Oreo and
had
I each
one,
had one.
and Oreo. Okay, so we only have one of those because Oreo has hers. Okay.
All right, so then there was the ruby necklace. Wearing this reduces the appearance of skin blemishes and tends to make skin look more beautiful.
Alrighty then.
The smooth white cylindrical object, though with the taper, that's smooth white cylindrical object with a curved taper near the top, um, and a lid. That turns out that it's a container for liquid. It keeps the liquid warm at a perfect temperature for coffee or tea. Then you have the infined silver flute with runes engraved on the surface. The runes enhance the quality and volume of the music. After skillfully playing the instrument with the goal of eliciting, sorry, after skillfully playing the instrument with the goal of eliciting a specific emotion, basically a DC 15 flute roll, any social skill check that focuses on that emotion is done at advantage. For example, if the emotion is fear, then intimidation checks will be at advantage for the person who played the instrument.
And I'm assuming that somebody has to have the appropriate musical skill, right?
Yeah, it's the flute instrument skill, or it's under tools. All
Okay.
right, so the 1 foot diameter glass sphere with pinpricks of light inside that shift around as if the inside is bigger than the outside. So inside is a what appears to be a large space full of points of light. Near the center is the brightest light, and around that light you see 10 tiny specks that do not glow but are lit by that central light, which appear to be spheres when you look closer. Some of those spheres seem to have a very thin, hazy layer with white patches that look like tiny clouds. Okay, so those are those various magic items you guys set up to be identified. And then yeah, so that's that. All right, so now we're gonna do the downtime. So I guess we'll go through everybody. Who wants to start?
I guess for Siri, you can go first.
Okay.
And
All
yeah,
right.
I'll go with him.
Okay,
Go
so
first.
Regu and Pico go to Gimbal Shop, I'm assuming.
Yeah, actually, the first thing is after we leave the Nexus, we go back to our place, our hotels or whatever. I'm assuming
Okay,
for a little while, and let me click over. Where's my equipment? Okay, that runner for the Lumev Guild shows up for the Nexus Guild.
okay.
All right, where is it? And I give him a potted plant.
All
There
right.
it
He
is.
looks at you confused and asks you, what's the
You get
potted plant for?
you get this to the Nexus Guild people with the big ugly cat monsters. The purple desert flowers that I got from the first trip to Lumev were the ones next to the world crystal, and apparently those are the same ones that are used for making more doses of the Cthulhu Panther antidote. And this is a potted plant of that. You might not be able to get much out of it now, but I'm sure you've got botanists that can help this grow for future doses.
He listens intently and he says, "Well, I'm not sure, but I'll tell them what you said, and I'm sure they'll take care of it."
All right, so I can delete that from my inventory right now then.
Yep. He takes it away.
All right. Okay. And all right. So now we are heading off to Gimbals. Yes. I'm gonna go ahead and take a bunch of stuff, throw into a large bag, and Pico, what are you coming?
Most definitely.
All right. Let's go head off to Gimbals.
All right. So yeah, you arrive. You can see that Gimbal is there. You can see that there's not very many people in the shop today. You can see that one of the windows is broken, and you pass by several guards. They seem to be carrying a stone body as they walk by. And down the street, you can see a building that looks like it recently burned down.
Do I recognize the stone body? Is it a small stone body?
It is the size of probably a 5 foot tall humanoid.
Oh, okay. For
Oh,
half a second, I thought it was Gimbal.
No, it's definitely not
Okay.
Gimbal. Gimbal's still in the shop.
Okay.
for what it's worth, on the way, if I see people doing any sort of like skilled labor, particularly repairs or something like that, or delivering medical attention, I'm going to go by and I'll just give them a little bit of expert guidance as we go.
Fair enough. So yeah, you wind up doing that a couple of times, and then eventually you wind up at Gimbal's shop, and you can see, like I said, the shop is fairly empty. There's maybe one person browsing, and Gimbal's sitting behind his desk, kind of, sorry, behind the counter, and he's looking at something at the moment. So what do you do?
I walk in. It's like Gimbal.
Well, he looks
Things are
up.
not faring so well here.
No, the shop is fine. I'm fine, but yeah, we had a scare. The Kylon attacked, and unfortunately, many people died.
We're
Fortunately, I managed to stay safe thanks to the efforts of the guard.
that is good. That is very good. It warms my heart that you have been able to make it. Um,
So, what can I do for you?
well, we have many things to discuss. Would you like to go to the back room for appraisals?
He's looking at
And
your sack, and he says, "Yes, let's go in the back room." So he takes you in
okay.
the back into his workshop, kind of moves some things around, clears off some chairs, and then clears off a table. And he says, "All right, you got a lot of things there. What can I do for you there?"
Well, these are all things that I don't believe I personally or my party might be really needing, but perhaps there are other people who could be using this stuff. And so I was wondering if you would be able to help liquidate it. And of course, you can be taking a cut of the sales for your efforts. But I
Let
hand
me have
him
a
a
look.
list. Yeah, I take all the stuff out that's on that list.
All right, so yeah,
If you'd like me to.
he starts going through it a bit, and he nods like, "It'll take me some time to get through this, but I I'll have to take a small cut, but you've done a lot for me. I'm not going to take any money now, and yeah, I will certainly be willing to find buyers for these things." I can see you're crazy, man. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, you already knew that.
Yes,
This is
but
why
I
you
think
like
I
me
think
so
this
much.
proves it here. If I if I we should capture this view. That he chuckles. But I will certainly do my best to take care of this for you, Ragu. If nothing else, for thanks for all of what you've done for us.
Yes, I feel very bad that we are away at the Lumev when all this attacking occurred, but you can rest more assuredly now that the cavalry has arrived. So we will not
Yes.
be letting this
Well,
happen again.
I hope that I've been hearing that the Lumev or the problem with those creatures is only going to get worse. So I hope
I disagree.
I
he looks
believe
at
we have
Pico.
some. And
Well, I hope you're right.
Uh,
Ristiri smiles and puts an assuring hand on his shoulder, gently, of course. And he's like, yes, you have less to worry about now that we are back.
let's just say that we know that they can be defeated, and we're definitely well on our way to solving that problem. That's not to say that things won't get worse before they get better, but yeah, things are looking. There's a ray of hope out there.
Well, I'll trust that for now. Not much else I can do at the moment. But at least you guys and others are working on it. He sighs, and then he goes and shakes your hand, Ragu, and he says, "Well, come back in a couple of weeks, and I'll let you know how it's going."
Well, actually, before we go, I had a question for you because you seem to have a keen eye for this sort of stuff. So, and I show him my knife claws, and I've got this claw here on my left hand that I'm pretty happy with what it does. I've been looking into getting the right one enchanted, and I've got an idea in mind for that. But I'm going to need to be investigating into probably funding that upgrade in trade. And I plan to handle that myself. But my question for you is that eh, so what I'm interested in is essentially the magical capabilities of a staff of power. And I'm trying to figure out what items we have access to us that might be of sufficient value to collectors that that would be a good one for me to be trying to advertise in exchange. And like I say, I'm not asking you to do the actual hunting down. I just want to make sure I'm working with something of value.
I see. So he kind of looks over the items that have been spread out before him, and he says, "Well, you have one of these scales would probably go a long way." He holds up one of the scales of water breathing. Um, this ring, and he holds up the green alchemist ring, will certainly pay uh, for for anything like that. But the ring is certainly more valuable than the scale. So perhaps one or two scales, or the one ring.
Ooh, would Frodo let us take that?
I believe so. It is just I
um,
right now, if that is what you are wishing.
well, if you think a pair of the scales would do it, maybe that would be the way to go.
Yes,
Um,
I believe the two scales together are worth less than the ring, so that would be the most efficient method as far in terms of finances.
also mean you having to try to hunt down less buyers, so that
Indeed.
might. All right. Well, in that case, yeah, I think I'll take the scales and see what I can do with those. Thank you for your insight there. I'm sure you're aware of this already, but you're definitely a man of many talents. And oh, by the way, in maybe less sour news, um, if all goes well, within the next 2 weeks, we'll be reopening Lavinia's apothecary for business. My daughter should have arrived by then, and we've already got an assistant for her. So, if time permits, I'd love to have you stop by the shop and see if we've done Lavinia's memory justice.
He nods and says, "Well, that sounds wonderful. Well, in these trying times, it'll be interesting to see how well the shop runs. But I suspect that as the memory of the attack fades, things should go back to normal."
Yeah. Well, and Ember does know a thing or two about druidcraft, so I think she'll be able to tend to all those plants and everything just fine.
Well, I suspect you know her well enough. Is there anything I can do for the two of you?
No, I think you've
Actually,
already.
there is. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, actually, I do have one more thing. I pile so much on you, you might as well make a separate business just taking care of my requests, eh?
He nods.
And yeah, I pull out of the bottom of the bag a set of metal clothing. Now, I am aware that these clothes are protective in some way, shape, or form, but they are not armor. I have several sets of this, but I do not know what use to put towards them.
He looks at it. It's like, I can take a look and see what I can find out.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. So you know, you, once the 2 weeks passes, you will get 14,000 silvers. Basically, that'll be Gimbal selling the cloak of protection at 150% of its base price because of his skill roll, and it'll be selling the green fin gauntlets. And while being from Lumev does increase the value, it doesn't increase it to the next level. So that basically it's basically worth 9,000, but that's still more than the base 4,000. So that's 15,000 silvers. Gimbal takes about 7% cut, so you get 14,000 silvers.
Okay, and that'll be 2,800 silvers or 28 platinum for each person.
All right. So the next thing is Ragu. You dealt with Gimbal, and is there anything else you're doing during your downtime? You have 2 weeks of downtime.
Um, quite a bit. I leveled up my character. Um, Rasiri did one level of the magery and magic casting, and he did one level of the fighting military training. And this time, his military training was more on on nuance rather than brute force. I was spending a lot of times on the monkey bars and the rings that gymnasts use, and they had me doing a lot of flips and climbing and stuff like that. And my level up gave me access to third level magic. And hold on a second, I'm having a technical difficulty for some reason. Okay, sorry. Yeah, my screen turned off and I lost my character sheet. I had to turn my monitor back on. Anyway, and that gave me access to third level spells, of which I got two for free, and I have bought several others for 250 silvers each, which I will subtract from my monies. And the dexterity fighting with my fighter gave me the feat resilient, and that is for dexterity. So I get a +1 on my dexterity, and I am now proficient in dexterity saving throws.
Nice. So yeah, so you can do those the ceilings falling and you need to get out of the way now a little easier.
Yes, and it'll also be good for those darn fighter balls
All
or
right.
other explosions.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to Pico unless there's anything else you need, Ragu.
Um, could you please move on to Pico and then circle back to me at the end? I do have some downtime that I have absolutely no idea what else to do with.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Pico, what are you doing during your downtime once you and Ragu split ways?
All right. Well, based on the information Gimbal provided about the items, I'm going to go ahead and spend the first week of downtime trying to arrange to trade the scales for essentially a staff of power.
Okay. Yeah, you find that you find the same blacksmith who worked on your also Chance who worked on your claws before, and he once you arrive and he examines your scales, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
All right. Let's see. Where is that? I am not the greatest at this. I definitely. Man, this is where I wish Galen were around. Let me get my. What the hell? That is not how expert guidance works. I wouldn't mind a +11, but
That,
and of course that blew all the good rolls.
yeah, because you did the D4 with the expansion thing. So every four
Yeah.
you got, it rolled another one. An exploding
Ah.
die, I think it's called.
Ah. All right. Persuasion. Oh wow.
All right, so you show up and you start asking about what you want, and he says, "Well, those scales look interesting, but I'm afraid that it's not going to be enough on their own. But I could probably get it done for those two scales and 2,000 silvers."
Hmm. Well, I think I could make that happen. I'm trying to think if
I can help you, my friend. Oh, wait a second. Did you leave me behind?
Yeah, this is him off on his doing his own downtime. So yeah, you're not together anymore.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'll shut up.
Yeah, no problem.
you wouldn't happen to be married, would you?
Yeah, I actually am. Why do you ask?
Well, I have an item here that would perhaps maybe make you very popular with your wife. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and show him this ruby necklace. And well, we know how a lot of women tend to appreciate fine jewelry in the first place, but this goes a step beyond. So what this necklace allows for is that it it helps smooth over skin blemishes and basically tends to make skin look more beautiful in general. So I'm sure your wife is quite radiant already, but I'm sure she'd love to feel like she's even more so. And
He seems to be contemplating the idea. Um, Go ahead and give me another persuasion check, but with the DC 10.
all right, well, let me get my. Okay, that's a bit better roll there, but let's see. Now we'll add the d20. Persuasion. Oh, much better.
This sounds like a great idea. That's
Yeah.
yes, I'll definitely take that. So the two scales and the ruby necklace, and I can get that enchant done for you in 4 days.
All right, that sounds perfect. And speaking of that, I was wondering if it would be possible to boost the power that's already in the other claw here. Um, just to make it a bit more potent. I seem to recall you had done something similar for a Siri not too long ago.
So, what are you thinking? Is like making it easier to strike your foes, or striking more fiercely?
Um, my understanding was I think there was a way to basically just increase its general potency. It sort of would kind of do both equally.
I see. Well, well, you've already given a lot with those three things. For an additional 1,000 silver, I can um, increase its overall potency slightly, and in meta terms, that would be a +1 to hit and damage.
Hmm. What would it take to get it another bump above that?
What is it currently at?
The +1?
So you want it to be a +3?
Yeah.
Um, that's possible, but that'll be a bit more, and that'll be another 5,000 silvers.
All right. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll hand over the 5,000 or 500 gold from the Nexus Guild payment.
All right then. So yeah, with this, after the 4 days, the one claw will be +3, and the other claw will have the enchantment.
All right. And then on top of that, so that'll be that. And then for the second week, what I wanted to do is, and this is going to be a minor thing, is I wanted to find a. I wanted to go through the effort to find a. Oh, geez, where did that staff go? It's a staff of flowers. I wanted to see about picking one up as a gift for Ember.
Sure. So let's see. So let's see. View world. Let me open up that downtime thing real quick.
And that's a common item.
Okay, fair enough. Crossing magic items. All right, so yeah, you spend the time asking around and finding finding people who might know. It costs you about 250 silvers over the week. But you do find somebody who is willing to part with the item. So go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
All right, and here we go again. Okay, there's that number. Let me go back up to the. Oh, even better. 23.
So you actually talk the guy down to half price. Apparently, he's feeling a lot of heat. The city seems to be cracking down on illicit magic item trading, and apparently he came by less than legal means. So he's willing to get rid of it for 500 silvers.
All right, it is a deal. I will go ahead and give him. Let's see. Let me find. I know I had a bunch of silver sitting in my inventory. I just gotta. There it is. So I'll give it to him in 500 non-sequential unmarked silver pieces.
Alrighty.
All right, and I will happily accept that. So it looks like a 90. Okay, so that brings me down to 1040, including the acquisition cost. So, all right. Yep, I think.
So that covers your downtime. So what kind of training did you go through?
All right. Well, knowing that as useful as the animal forms have been, I've essentially renewed my focus on trying to improve those forms, especially since they're clearly becoming weaker against the current threats. Notably, I've also been focusing on channeling magic power through the attacks such that I can hit creatures that otherwise would be of limited vulnerability to my attacks. So for mechanical purposes, this means I'm now capable of turning into CR2 creatures. It also means that my claw attacks can attack or actually damage things like the death spirits that otherwise are resistant to non-magical attacks. And then for the second week of training, I basically started renewing my focus on learning about spells and things like that, which is also unlocked a essentially additional spells. I'm now able to access fourth level spells. So
All right, cool. All right, is there anything else, Pico, before I move on to Devok?
I think that's it.
All right, so Devok, um, when I went looked at your character, it looked like you hadn't leveled, so I went ahead and
Yeah.
added 2 wizard levels for you. I fixed your first level, which is supposed to be cleric. You had it as wizard for some reason, and I went ahead and added your extra hit points. However, I did not
Yeah.
pick any of your class upgrades or spells or anything like that. So if you haven't done so already, you'll have to do that. Um,
Uh, my
yeah,
first level was wizard?
your first level
Cleric.
was listed as wizard.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it was supposed to be cleric, but for some reason you had it as wizard. So you had grave wizard and wizard for some reason. So I fixed it for you.
That's bizarre. Honestly, I don't really know what to do with my downtime.
All right.
I don't really have a lot.
So yeah, you have 2 weeks. You don't necessarily have to do anything if you don't want to. It is optional. I'll go ahead and give you the link to the downtime activities thing. Do you see it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm clicking it.
All
I
right.
was wondering
And
if there's something.
have you leveled up your character?
I haven't gotten the spells and all that stuff, no.
Okay. Well, you can do that through the game or what have you. Um,
Yeah.
okay. So in that case, yeah, take a look at that, and then I'll move back over to Ragu temporarily, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
All right. Excuse me. Ragu, back to you. Is there anything you needed to do?
Actually, yeah, I did think of a couple of things. Um, and the first one, before I actually start doing it, you need to tell me whether or not I'm even allowed. If the answer is no, that's fine, no argument, just to let you know. Um, those couple of missiles that I do still have in my reserve, the ones I didn't give to the Nexus and the ones that haven't already been used and or stolen by the bad guys.
Sorry.
Um,
Sorry. What about the missiles?
yeah, I don't necessarily want to reverse engineer them. I don't want to take them apart and know absolutely everything there is to know about them. I'm just curious as to whether or not my character would actually be able to figure out enough to just remove the warhead from the rest of the missile so that like the warhead itself is like just a 5 pound object instead of the entire 10 pound missile.
All
If
right.
if if that's beyond my tinkering skills, then that's not a problem. Just let me know.
Yeah,
But
I'm.
that is
I'm
an
honestly,
idea.
yeah, I don't think you would have the concept of the warhead and the propellant or anything else even being separate. You know, I'm not sure you would have
Okay.
enough structural knowledge for that. I mean, you could probably figure out how to make it blow up, um, and
Yeah,
basic
we've already
stuff. But
yeah, we figured out how to make it blow up, but it's way too close. Everybody was making fate points to
yeah,
survive, and I had the idea that if I were able to use catapult on just the warhead, then it would propel it far enough away that we don't have to use fate points to survive.
yeah, no, and
And
that's
so I
fair.
thought if I could reduce the weight of the 10 pound missile to 5 pounds, then I would be able to catapult it.
So I think figuring out the missiles to that level would probably
Is
require a concerted effort by a set of artificers,
okay,
basically scientists over months or years worth of work, and you can certainly participate in that, but it's not
but
going to be
yeah,
done over a
that's
week.
way too much. Not a problem, not a problem. Okay, that's just what I was asking. Okay, that's one idea gone. The other thing is, I think I do want to go back to gimbal, and I said I was perfectly happy with my equipment, but I did think of something.
Okay.
I go back to Gimbal. Hey, Gimbal, I was wondering if maybe you could help me or point me in the right direction for trying to find those magic crystals. You know, those little crystals that you break them and they cast the spell once for like an emergency type use type thing.
You wish to acquire one of these?
I think I would like to acquire, if possible, two, but at least one.
Hmm. Well, that's possible, although they're fairly rare.
Okay.
I can get you in contact with some people who may know who to ask. In meta
Oh,
terms, basically, this would be like shopping around for a magic item, and so
okay. Yeah.
this
Do you
basically
want me
take a
to?
week.
All right, not a problem. And yeah, that's what I figured this would. Do you want me to subtract whatever the hunting down a magic item money is?
Yeah, so that'd be
And
250 silvers.
okay, 250.
All right, so you do track down some shady-looking guy who somehow managed to acquire one of these. You're pretty sure it's not entirely legal.
Okay.
However, he does have a
Did
lot
you
of
need
other.
to know the spells I'm looking for?
No, you're talking about one of the crystals where you break it and you get a new, and it restores your spell slot, right?
No, I'm talking about like I break the crystal and it casts Windwalk.
Oh, okay. Sure. So, which spell were you looking for?
I was specifically looking for Windwalk and Tensor's Transformation, two spells that I know of, but they are well beyond my ability to cast.
Windwalk. Let me look them up real quick. Come on. I know you know they exist.
And my computer monitor just shut off again for some stupid reason.
I wonder what's going on over there.
I don't know. I think maybe it's my electrical connection or my monitor is dying. But I'm turning it on now. I have a secondary monitor. I'm going to just move everything over to that. Okay.
All right, so that's Windwalk. What was the other one?
Tensor's Transformation. Again, just one of those one shots.
Really? You can't find it? Tensors. There it is. Come on. There you go. Okay, so you are able to find one selling one of those crystals with Tensor's transformation. Unfortunately, you are
Okay.
not able to find anybody who is selling Windwalk.
Okay.
And as far as Tensor's transformation, as you arrive, you realize that this is going to be rather expensive. And you see this shady guy selling this as if, but you can see that he basically has a host of other shady guys with him. And you arrive. You know, he kind of has you meet him in a hidden alley, um, away from prying eyes, as if he doesn't want people to know that he's selling this. And he says it's not going to be cheap. So go ahead and give me a persuasion check to see how not cheap it is.
Okay. Um, we we can talk in trade as well as cash. Yes.
He nods.
Okay. All right. I'm bringing this up here. Oh, great. Straight roll for me. Come on. Come on. Oh my gourd.
Okay. So
I want. I almost want to use a fate point for that.
Yeah.
you should be full up. So if you can, if you want.
And that's a persuasion check.
Yeah. All
Oh,
right.
not
The
any
fates
better.
have spoken.
Wow.
You can
Yep,
spend as
fate
many as
has
you want.
spoken. Nope, fate has spoken. I spent one. That was more than I should have spent on that.
Fair enough. So it basically I'm treating it as a rare. But it is a consumable, so that's half price. So that that makes the base price 200 or 20,000 silvers. However, because you got a one, he's charging 150% of the price, bringing it up to 30,000 silvers. So that's
I
what he
thought
tells
that
you.
one changed. I thought that one changed into a 3, so it's not a critical failure.
No, but 1 to 10 is 150% price. So there is no critical failure, but it's still in that lowest bracket.
Okay. Okay.
So it's 30,000 silvers.
Okay. I do have some other things you may be liking. You've heard of Lumev, yes?
He nods.
Well, I have a few things from there, and I pull out a black metal puck, and I said this might be a very, very helpful thing to help keep yourself out of trouble. It is like the alarm spell, only it is portable and reusable. I have 2 of these.
He looks at it. He seems to be considering it.
Keep you safe.
Go ahead
It
and
can
give
keep
me
you
another
safe. And
persuasion check with the DC 10.
okay, core. Come on, please be nice.
He says, "Well, that's very interesting. You throw in an extra 1,000 silver and you got a deal."
Excellent. I can do that. So that's 1,000 silver.
Yep, 1,000 silver and the 2 pucks.
Okay. Yes, that will be great. Thank you very much.
And he
And
nods,
I
and
hope you
then
help
all right.
keep
So
yourself
that's
out of trouble.
yep. So that's your first week. What are you doing with your second week?
All right. The second week, I was gonna look for the cloud one. You said that's not around, so I will take my
After
second.
searching for the first week, you're pretty convinced you're
Yeah.
not going to find it. So you don't actually have to spend your second week to figure that out.
All right. In that case, my second week is going to be. Where is it? Is it under research or religious service? It's the thing where you can spend a week of doing something and get 1 fate point back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, not research, but preparation. Yes. Okay. So you spend
Preparation.
your
Okay.
week in preparation, training, and just preparing yourself for the future, and you gain your fate point back.
Okay. That'll work for me.
Cool. Good idea. All right, Devok, back to you. The downtime is optional, so if there's nothing on there that sounds appealing, I'm perfectly okay with you saying you just spend the time resting. After all, it was a long journey, but you do have the option to do up to 2 downtime activities.
I was thinking about just resting because nothing else in there seems very productive for me. So
Okay, so yeah, you spend the time resting. And of course, after everybody's downtime, you've gained your levels, you gained all your spell slots, you're no longer having levels of exhaustion, your full health, all that stuff. All right, so it is now the morning of Hara the 15th. This is
I'm
your first
sorry to
time.
interrupt. There's,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, one last thing. When I was having difficulty hearing you, did we get paid by the Nexus Guild?
500 gold from the Nexus Guild.
Sorry, you're muted.
500 gold each from the Nexus Guild.
Okay,
That
so
is gold, not silver.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and they were paying you for what your guild would have paid you, and they paid you a flat rate just so that the guilds didn't have to deal with it, considering they're still dealing with the fallout of the attack.
Okay. Okay. And I'm subtracting everything I need to subtract. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else before we move on? I'm going to take that as a no. So it is now the morning of Hara the 15th. Your downtime is now over. It is a cold morning with a gentle breeze from the north. There's a few clouds in the sky. So what do you do?
Hmm. Well, is today our normal day for that Jared fellow, or or
Today is
we're
the
I
day,
know
but
the
that's
Kylon have
not.
attacked, but oh, go ahead.
But we're not supposed to meet
That's
Jared until the evening. I think what 7 o'clock was normal time.
okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be later in the day.
And you guys can fast forward if you want, or you can do stuff during the day.
Although, geez, I think Ember should be showing up any day now. Which actually reminds me, maybe it's a good idea to swing by the apothecary, make sure, see how the mages did.
Yes, yes. There's definitely something. I'll run over and get Devak and hey Devak, let us go check out our something new that Pico would like to show us.
Sure.
All right. So I will take you to Laminia's shop. There it is. All right. So you arrive. Let me put your characters down. And you notice that there's two people waiting for you. So let me place you in. So Devak and not Ire, Pico and Ragu. So yeah, as you arrive, you see someone. You see two people walking down the street. That Ragu and Pico instantly recognize. You see Ember and you see Leaf. And as you can hear them talking as they're walking down the street, so is this the place? And then
Ember! I go run over and give her a big hug.
she hugs you
I
back. Okay, Dad, let me go.
And
I go
Leaf, what a
running over too.
surprise! I go ahead and give him a hug as well.
He hugs you and he says, nice to see you again, Pico."
I go running over and give Amber a big hug and clasp Leaf on the wind on the shoulder. It's good to see you, man.
What happened here recently? Leaf's talking, and he says, the city, the walls seem to be in bad shape. What is going on?" And Ember's like, "Yeah, everybody's acting all weird."
Yeah, that's not normal. Unfortunately, there's been some. Has news of the Kylon gotten as far as Ladderwin?
Kylon, what is that?
I go ahead and conjure up a minor illusion of the various different forms of them. These are Kylon in their different stages, starting from hatchlings up to adults. And these things drain life force out of just about anything. And they've been a very dangerous threat that we've been fighting against. Unfortunately, there are some groups that are trying to unleash these on the world, and things have gotten worse in that regard. Unfortunately, I didn't know that it was going to get like this when I invited you out this way. Otherwise, maybe I'd have had some second thoughts.
Maybe I should take Ember in return. He's like, "Would you stop worrying so much? It'll be fine. It'll be fine, right?"
Yeah, good old Ragu and I and our group, we've been doing a lot to counter them. We have a great deal of experience fighting them, and we think we know a way to solve that problem once and for all. So if all goes well, in a matter of weeks, this should be resolved. In the meantime, I present to you Lavinia's apothecary. Uh, a great place for you to get your own start.
She starts
Um,
looking around, and then she goes over the window and looks in, and she's like, "Well, I guess this'll do." Well, she looks back. It's like, "You own this place?
yep.
So how much did it cost you?"
It
Uh,
cost us a head.
yeah, not an arm and a leg per. Well, maybe both arms and both legs. Let's just say it required getting rid of a criminal enterprise.
Okay. Well, the plants look nice.
Yep. Well,
So where am I going to be staying?
you have the upstairs area. I also have an assistant for you. We can introduce you shortly. Her name is Sheila. But in the meantime, right over here, I'd like you to introduce you to my friend Devok.
She looks at Devok. Weren't you one of those creatures that was uh, warring against everybody else recently?
Maybe.
Maybe. She scratches her
Yeah.
head. You don't know?
I've known him since before the Sudaga invasion, and he's definitely done a lot of good for us.
Leaf walks over, and it's like, have show him some manners. And Amber's like, fine. Good to meet you. What's your name?
Devon.
Oh, good to meet you, Doc.
Yep.
I'm Amber.
Yep.
Nice to
Oh,
meet you
yep.
too.
Devok. Yeah. Ember in the ashes and leaf on the wind. So, Leaf, I wasn't expecting you out this way. I, were you just along to help keep Ember safe, or did you have more ambitious plans?
Well, I be heading to the Nexus. I've been sent by our clan. There seems to be some interest in some discoveries they're making. He looks back at you. You probably know something about that, don't you?
Indeed, yeah. If you're joining the Nexus Guild, you have my full endorsement. If you need any sort of recommendations, I am happy to vouch for you. I'm sure Rasiri is as well. They've done a
Most
lot of good work,
definitely.
and they are doing a lot to fight off the Kylon.
Indeed. Those creatures that I need to train before I would risk tangling with one of them.
Oh yeah, they are. A word of advice there: don't focus on fire because they are very resistant to that. But of course, they'll probably share all that information. But yeah, definitely looking forward to see how you do.
Indeed. In fact, I have an appointment in a couple of hours.
All right. Well, if you see Carl or Elru, tell them Pico says hi.
Which guild were you thinking of? I can recommend a position for the Iron Tower if you are willing, if you are thinking about going there.
Hmm. I'm not sure yet. I am meeting with someone who will. Apparently, I'll be discussing that with. There are a couple of options. I do have some skill with fighting and some skill with magic, but we'll see.
Yep. Well, let's see. You're a fellow druid, aren't you? In fact, I think you got into that before I did. That being the case, there's the Arcane Tower, which I'm a member of, or if you'd rather not have to see so much of me, the Agents of Fate are known to accept druids. Yeah, those will probably be your two strongest choices.
Indeed. Apparently, I'll be speaking to representatives, so I'll make the appropriate choice. But I will think
Mhm.
about the Arcane Tower.
Yep. All right. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and well, I'll let Leaf go on his way. I'll go ahead and introduce Ember to Sheila and Ire, and then once that's out of the way, then we can go ahead and take Devok downstairs to show him. Well, so I can show everybody the new digs.
All right, I'll go ahead and move everybody. Actually, I'll leave everybody
As
here since. Come on, paste. Okay, whatever. Be stubborn. All right. I'll move you over, and then I'll move you, and apparently I'm going to be placing everybody manually. Devok, and then Ragu. I said Ragu. All right. So everybody should see the map. So go ahead, Pico, take it away.
All right. So yep, this is the new place. Devok, your room is going to be here to the south. And you'll see it's been appropriately appointed with skulls and skeletons and everything. And there are a series obviously found his.
Very nice. I am
So,
liking.
so Oreo's room is right here where I'm pinging. And then Galen has a room right here. And then when Ayer's got his right here. So we got essentially two storage rooms, one here at the north end, one at the south end. The south end one's basically the pantry. Assuming that was Tyler who dropped out. We got our kitchen here in the southeast, the dining area in the northeast, the main storage room for big bulky supplies in the southwest, and then in the northwest is the workshop with way too many explosives.
You put my stuff there. Thank you.
All right. Cool. And a piece of trivia for those who didn't know, Dave actually made this map himself.
It's pretty nice. I very
And
much like it.
hopefully we never have a fight in here, but the way it's designed is that these doors, there's a little bar just inside the door, like you can see yours just south of the door, Devok. Basically, you can swing that in to barricade the door, and then when you go out the back, your other door, because each room has two doors, you can go there and then bar that one as well. So that forces enemies to have to go through two doors, both of which are not really advantageous to breach given the circumstances. And then there are a few hidden tunnels that lead out, so we can actually escape from this place if we were to ever get ambushed down here.
Gotcha.
So, all right.
All right. Cool. All right. So what's next on the agenda?
I know we were supposed to go hunting the one Kylon, but it sounds like we have many, many. So I do not know if we're still
Yeah.
going to be doing that. Did we
Well,
did we want to talk to Mr. Valenstar? I thought we talked about that, but I do not remember any consensus.
actually, I forgot to mention that we were back. Let me go ahead and call him. So I'm going to go ahead and use the Pearl and you know, Lord Valenstar. We have returned from Lumev, and we're available if you have any matters you wish to discuss. We are available for the early part of the day or late evening as you're at your convenience.
All right. Okay. You sent the message. All right. Is there anything else you're doing during the day?
I can't think of anything. Yeah, maybe we should just go ahead and fast forward to the meeting with Jared.
All right. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and you.
Oh, actually, I'll get around to picking up my claws if I haven't already.
Fair enough. I'll assume you have them.
Oh, I do realize before we completely fast forward, um, I gave those metal clothes to Gimbal at the beginning of the 2 weeks. Did he identify those yet, or is that going to be?
Actually, okay, yeah. So you go back and you ask him, and he shakes his head and he says, "Well, I couldn't make heads or tails of them. I actually asked a few friends I have in the Nexus Guild, actually, and they said they'll get back to us in a couple of days."
Okay. Thank you very much for.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I just realized. I'll head back to the shop, and it's like, and Ember, I almost forgot. I got you this gift, and I hand her the staff of flowers.
Okay, she takes it and she plays around with it and she seems to be thrilled with it. Well, thank you. That's really cool.
So, yep, best of luck with the apothecary. Obviously, you'll be seeing us around, probably more often than you'd like, but don't worry, I won't be nosy. Um, oh, and if you see, so, you haven't met my familiar yet. Uh, this is uh, this is Fire Lily, um, bringing Fire Lily out in Raven form. And so, yeah, if you see this around, that's just my familiar.
So you have
The
a bird? I'm assuming it talks, right?
Indeed, I do. And I'm not just a bird. I can be quite impish if you catch my meaning.
Okay. It's like okay. Yeah, I met the bird. She turns around.
Fire Lily turns into an imp.
She turns back. Wow, that's an oddly shaped bird. She smiles and turns back around.
Well, the other forms will be a surprise if she annoys me. All right, we'll go ahead and meet back up with everybody else.
All right. All right. In that case, I'm gonna go ahead and head over to the Golden Dice map, which apparently I need to add characters. All right. So I should ask before you enter. Obviously, Ragu, Davok, and Pico, you're here. Um, what about your familiars slash anything else? What'd you guys bring with you? I should ask.
I'll go
Um,
ahead.
yeah, Char came with. He can kind of, stay perched up on that rooftop outside just to keep an eye on the outside. Ping me if there's any problems.
Okay, fair enough. All
Which
right,
Char?
so you make your way to the Golden Dice, and you notice as you go that why are there multiple chars? Weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say which Char.
Anyway,
Okay.
so yeah, as you approach, you notice that there seems to be a lot of people around, a lot more than you remember from before. But one of the things you notice is that the um, the people seem to be of all ages. There's even some children, and but you see that a lot of them have torn or charred clothes. You get this general feeling of a little bit of desperation in the air. Um, and then as you get closer to the golden dice, I'm going to go ahead and move you to the lower map so you guys can get a better view. As you approach the golden dice, you hear a scream from the inside, and you hear a scream from the inside. You hear a thud. What do you do?
Where's the bouncer?
The bouncer seems to be inside already.
I go running in.
I follow. I figure Ragu's gonna have to barrel the door down.
Okay, so
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and move you guys up. So you go and you barrel in, and one thing you notice is you see a person wearing a green jacket and brown hat bursting through the back door. You see a waitress screaming, pointing at the door. It's him! It's him! You see several people standing around Jared, who is slumped on the table with his wine spilled, saying, "Are you okay? Hey, I don't think he's breathing. Someone get a healer." And as it's going on, you see a figure, a young figure in bright red robes, stepping forward. Out of the way! Out of the way! I'm a healer. And he walks over to Jared and seems to and you see him looking him over. So what do you do?
So who's
Running
actually needing the
through.
healer?
Oh, wait. Okay, go ahead.
So basically, what
Jared.
happened is you heard someone screaming. They were pointing at the back door. You see Jared slumped at the table with his drink spilled. People standing around Jared yelling or saying things like, I don't think he's breathing. Um, and one of them said, we need a healer. And you saw a healer walk in from a back room and saying, I'm a healer, I'll help. And then that's where you're at.
I cast Healing
Uh,
Word on Jared, and I immediately tell Fire Lily to fly over the building and start scanning the back for anybody fleeing.
All right.
I tell Char the same thing. I yell at him, back door check, and I barrel through the door that guy ran through.
Okay, so you barrel through the door. Pico, you cast Healing Word, but it doesn't seem to help. Jared is still unconscious. Ragu, as you burst through the door, you see a figure running. You can see him. He's just gone up the set of stairs and seems to be ready to head south. And Devok, you see everything going on around you. What do you guys do? So, Pico, what are you doing?
Um, damn it. Who are you? Pointing at the guy in red?
It's like I'm just a healer, and you see he's kind of looking at Jared's face, looking at in his eyes, and that kind of thing. Devok, what are you doing?
Um, I'm not so certain if I.
All right, so you step in and around the people. Ragu, what are you doing?
I see this guy who's running away, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is he the guy that I saw burst through the door, the back?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to move 6, and then I am going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I cannot occupy the same space as another character unless I am grappling with him.
Right, but if you had to dash, you haven't had a chance to grapple yet. You just had a chance to catch up.
I am not going to grapple. I'm going to use my bonus action to Misty Step directly on top of him and use my actual action to grab the hell out of him and slam him to the ground.
Fair enough. Go ahead and give me a athletics check for your grapple, and yeah, we'll see what he gets. D20 plus, yeah, we'll give him that.
Come on.
Okay. Yep. You grapple him to the ground. Pico, what are you doing?
I'm checking Jared over. Is there anything stuck in him?
As you approach to check him over, you notice the healer's like, "No, back up. I'll take care of him myself." What do you do?
Barkeep, do you recognize him? As I keep on checking Jared.
He came in earlier today. This is his first day here. The healer's like, "Come on, don't worry. I'll take care of it myself."
Um, Devok, help me. I'm gonna let's get him outside. Load him up on me. We're going to the temple.
Okay.
Wait, he doesn't have that kind of time. Let me heal him.
I want to roll insight check on this guy.
Sure, go ahead.
Crap. Let's see, insight. There we go. Please be a good roll.
So he's fidgeting a lot. He's kind of looking around. But there's something about his motions as he's healing where you don't think he's actually doing anything.
That's what I thought. All right. Yep. So I go ahead and start dragging him outside with Devok's help. As soon as we get outside, I'm turning into a horse and having Devok get both Jared and himself on my back.
All right, the healer chases after you for a bit, but turning into a horse, there's no way he can keep up. Ragu, you've pinned you pinned the guy who's running away to the ground. What do you do?
Oh, and meanwhile,
I
Fire
will.
Lily's gonna go follow wherever Rasiri went.
Okay. So what are you doing, Ragu?
Rasiri is. I would like to knock him unconscious. How can I do that? Do I have to just beat all the hit points out of him, or is there a way to?
Well, let's see. He seems to be capable, and he's definitely struggling. So yeah, go ahead and give me an attack.
Okay. Um, just a normal
It'd be like
weapon
a melee
attack,
attack.
or okay. Should I just use my knuckles?
Sure, the knuckles will work. Okay, you smack him in the head. Go ahead and roll damage. All right, you smack him in the head. His head hits the concrete, and he goes unconscious.
I will take out my silk rope and I will cocoon tie this little bastard up, hog tie him, whatever. Using his arms and legs as straps, I will throw him on my back and start making my way to down here, at least to the main street, if
Yeah.
not to wherever the authorities are.
So as you start going down the street, you see this horse with Davok and Jared going down the street.
Just galloping away.
You're just
Yeah.
galloping away.
Does Jared look completely unconscious?
He's definitely unconscious.
They're
I
taking
just.
they're taking
I
Jared to the Temple of Gadrak. The healer inside seems suspicious.
gotcha. Can I leave this guy here and you guys, or do you think you can round up the healer? I mean, who is this guy?
They're busy. I'll keep an eye on this guy and just drag him into an alley, and I'll keep an eye on him. Go find out what's up with that healer.
All right. I will drop him off right down here, I guess.
All
Run
right.
over, drop him off here, and then run up back into where this healer, huh? Healer. So
You walk in and you
now,
see.
what
Go ahead.
did Fire Lily? There we go. Did Fire Lily tell me that the healer ran outside, or is the healer still in the building?
I think Fire Lily's with you, so Fire Lily doesn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Healer. Let's see here. Keep your eyes open.
So you go inside and you see sort of chaos around, and the barkeeper kind of waves you over, Ragu. Like, Ragu, is it? What the heck's going
Yes.
on? Where's Jared?
Jared is being rushed to the temple for healing. I caught the guy who apparently, at least we suspect, did it. That barmaid is going to have to stick around and answer some questions because she saw what happened. And I was told that there was some healer kid. Where is he?
You're talking about the guy in the red jacket?
I would have to assume so.
Yeah, he rushed out the back door.
The back door. Damn it! Run.
As you go out, this young person kind of just walking away. You can see he's kind of crouched and kind of trying to walk quietly, and he's actually being fairly stealthy. Unfortunately for him, you can see his back right there.
All right.
So what do you do?
Yep. Okay, do I have my full movement from here? I've been doing a lot of out of turn running around.
Yeah, I'm assuming that once you left the door, this is the state it's in. So you have your full movement.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab the kid. Well, 6, I guess. Somewhere
Okay,
around.
go ahead and give me a athletics check to grapple. You have
All right.
advantage.
Excellent. Why, not so fast, child.
Okay, yeah, you grapple him. It's like, hey, 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 I'm a healer. Leave me alone.
I know you are the healer. That is why I'm coming to get you. Come with me, please. We are needing your help.
He looks
And not
at you.
letting him go.
He looks
Okay.
at how tall you are, and he looks at all the weapons you have, and he shrugs.
Metal skin.
All right, you can put me down, and I'll just follow you. You can tell he
I do
sounds
not let
resigned.
he does, but I do not let him go. Holding him very tightly by the arm, I will take him down and around this way, back over here. I look up at Char, who is in eye contact with Fire Lily, who is watching the hogtied guy over here, and I
Yep.
just kind of nod at Char, and Char looks back and checks is the hogtied guy okay and Fire Lily okay?
Yeah.
All right. Um, are there any guards coming?
You
People
don't
running
see
down
any
the street?
guards nearby. No.
Would you like me to look for guards?
Um, yes. Char, you keep an eye on the guy. Char's gonna fly over and just kind of land on the back of the hogtied guy's head, and if he stirs, Char can ping me.
All
All
right.
right.
I'm gonna take the boy back up here. I motion to the bartender, and I just point down at the kid, and I'm waiting for a yes or no from him.
He nods.
And I nod back. Okay, he's come out this way,
Okay. What are you
and
gonna
we're
do
gonna
to
wait
me?
right here. I am not going to do anything really. I'm not going to let you leave, no. But there are some questions to be had, and
Okay. Go ahead and ask.
oh, I'm not going to be the one asking here alone. I mean, look at me. I am big and huge and tall. You could say that I broke your arms to make you get a confession. And we're going to wait for some guards, and once my friends get back, they have more pertinent questions. Once we find out
Yeah.
what happened to our friend.
All right. What's Fire Lily doing?
So Fire Lily turns invisible, starts circling around. As soon as she's looking for the closest guards, as soon as she sees one, she's going to swoop down and kind of land at a little distance away from, not like super close, but well within earshot, and just yell, you know, help! There's been an assassination attempt at the Golden Dice. We need help.
Okay. The guards start running off to the Golden Ice. All right. So Ragu, after a minute or two, several guards walk up. And,
And Fire Lily will fly over and staying invisible. Uh, will hang out in the area.
the guards notice you standing in the, basically on the steps with a scared-looking young man next to you, and they walk right up. What's going on here?
Uh, I start to explain that our friend has been rushed to the Temple for Healing. I believe that the person responsible for the hopefully, and I cross my fingers, hopefully attempted assassination is right over here. I have captured him, citizen's arrest, as I am an officer of the Nexus Guild with the authority. And then there is a bartender lady inside who saw the whole thing. You must be talking to her to get some more information. And then there are some questions about the validity of this boy who claims to be a healer.
Yeah,
So he is.
Fire Lily lands on Rasiri's shoulder and whispers, Pico doesn't think he's a real healer.
It is questionable whether or not he is a real healer or if he was an accomplice made to make sure that the intended victim was dead by not receiving the healing and, for show and lying to people. You understand what I'm saying?
The guard nods and it says, "All right, let's follow me." and he walks into the Golden Dice, and walks up to the bartender, and you can see the guard kind of talking to the bartender a moment, and then the serving lady who you remember screaming, and says, "All right, well, I am. This is what we're gonna do." And then he walks into the back, and you hear him ordering people around. It's like, "It is time to leave." And you notice that several people kind of walk out and go into other areas of the establishment, or some of them just go home. And then at that point, the guard escorts everybody, including the bartender, into the back room. And the bartender, you notice the bartender leaves a another waitress who wasn't involved at the front while you're in the back. And then the guard looks at the group. All right, we have another guard. Oh, here he is, bringing in the guy that you so helpfully tied up. And you notice that the guard is untying him, and wake up, slapping him. And he comes to, and then he kind of just sit down, and he sits. You too, boy. All right, sir. Points to you, Ragu. Have a seat.
I grab a chair, but I pull it right over here next to the door so that if anybody, if one of these two try to run, I can stop them or jump up or something. A very defensive sitting position.
All right.
Boy.
He looks at the bartender. All right. Can you explain in your own words what happened? And the bartender's like, I don't know, man. All I know is suddenly one of the waitresses started screaming. A guy ran out the door. One of our who's a regular, by the way. He points at him. He's like, he comes here all the time. His name is Rikaj, I believe. And then another one of our regulars, Jared. He collapses, and and then this guy shows up. He points at Ragu. He's been here a few times as well, and everything. I don't know. And then the guard says, "Okay, come over here, Miss. What's your name?" She's like, "Mizra." All right, Mizra. Could you tell us why you were screaming? What happened? And she's like, "Well, I saw Rikaj pull his hand away from a drink on my tray, but I thought he was just going to take one, so I told him to shoo. And then so I served it, and then next thing I know, uh, Jared collapses, and at that point, I saw the I saw the color of I saw the bile and the foam in his mouth, and I knew what happened, or I think I knew what happened anyway. So I screamed, um, but by the time I was screaming and trying to tell everybody what happened, Rakaj was already running out the door, and then everybody else showed up. And then the
I very quietly but quickly, while she's telling the story, lean over to the raven on my shoulder and say, "Let Pico know it's poison."
Um, so Fire Lily relays that. Um, Maybe it would be a good idea to get a sample of this beverage. Don't you have the ability to analyze it?
I will try.
and then the guard looks over to you, Ragu, and he says, "And what's your part in all this?"
I will come back and tell you in just a moment. I want to go get some of that drink.
If you can get a second sample, I'll take one with me.
All right. You said his cup was spilled.
Yeah, you
Is
see
it?
it. You see the drink all over the table.
All right. Is there any left in the cup?
Yeah, there's probably a little bit left. A couple,
I
a swig.
I quickly whip out my alchemist tools, quickly just getting two vials. Put half a swig in one vial, half a swig in the other, and then I tell everybody and the barmaid, do not touch the table. Um, we will come back and clean it once we have ascertained what the danger is. If you get it on your hands, it might kill you. It might not be just a drinking poison. So do not touch the table.
Okay, you notice the people just start moving away from the table. Go ahead and give me an alchemy check.
Okay.
Oh, and meanwhile, Fire Lily's going to go ahead and find like a small rag or something like that.
You're muted for the recording.
I'm not muted, so it must be having an issue. Give me a second. There we go. Disconnecting. Is that better?
Say something else?
Is this any better?
No, it keeps cutting out. I think I'm listening to you through Jeremy.
Okay. Am I coming through okay for everybody else?
Oh, now you're coming through. All right.
All right. So anyway, Fire Lily's going to grab a small piece of rag, change into imp form invisibly, and go ahead and dab up some of the poison.
Okay.
I just collected two bottles. I would gonna give one to her.
Oh, that works.
All right. So Regu, you you check out the poison. It takes you several minutes. You can hear voices, the voice of the guard, and you can hear the other voices, people answering questions. Um, they're a bit muffled, but behind the closed door, and you're paying attention to your alchemy. And once you're finished, you find a fast-acting poison, and it definitely seems to kill over, but it takes several minutes to do so. Um, and you're not entire. You believe that the only way to save Jared would be with the appropriate magic or with an antidote.
Okay. Is Fire Lily still around, or did she take the vial and run?
No, Fire Lily's with you right now, waiting for those results.
Okay, I go ahead and tell her the results. Tell her to give the vial to Char. Char will fly it to Pico. I think I might need you to stay here with me.
All
And
right.
then I come back in here. Oh, as I come over this way, I grab a couple of towels from behind the bar
Okay.
and I throw them onto the table so that the liquid gets soaked up by those rags but doesn't drip onto the floor or anywhere else. It just stays on the table, soaked into the rags. And I reiterate, no one touch those rags until I come back. And then I
Okay.
come back in here.
And as you enter, you hear the guard saying, "And sorry to say, Rikaj, that with Jazak's confession, you are hereby implicated as well, and you are both under arrest." And
As he
then at this
says
point in
that, I
time, you see a guard coming in behind you. Excuse me, sir. I have business in there. What do you do, Ragu?
I go, oh, of course, sir, because he is the guard.
Yeah.
Um, I move this way and I turn to the first guard who was in there talking, and I tell him, okay, this is what I have been able to find. You saw me doing my alchemy in there. This is a very fast acting poison. It takes a couple of minutes to kill. Um, Here is a vial sample for your evidence. Did we search the person here to
We
make
will be
sure he
doing
did
that
not
once
have
once we arrive. They're both going into custody now.
and the boy? What was his place in all this? And I turned to the boy and said, I noticed you were much better sneaking than healing. What exactly was his play in all this? Was it just to make sure that the intended victim was dead?
Yes, I was just buying time for the poison. That's what I was hired to do. I'm actually an apprentice mage, believe it or not, but I don't actually have any healing ability.
Fire
I'm
Lily, having heard about the speed of the poison, is going to immediately relay that to Pico. With that in mind, given where we are, what is the absolute closest place that we might be able, that we know of, that we might be able to find a cure poison or lesser restoration or something like that?
Let me go ahead and take you to the map to see where you guys are. It'd help if I go as well. So yeah, you guys are way up here. The temple's way down there. So you do find another temple. So there would be multiple temples. So let's see. 30, 27. All right. So 21 marketplaces. All right. So in oh, actually, there's another temple district over here. So you could probably get to 22 over here and find and find a temple there.
Perfect. I am making a beeline in that direction.
All right. So it'll take you maybe another minute to arrive, and in the meantime, hold on. Why? Golden dice. There we go. In the meantime, back to here. All right, so Ragu, at this point in time, you see that several guards have come in, and you can see them pulling, basically tying up the two figures. You've heard that one of their names is Rakaj, and I'm going to go ahead and show that since you know that now. So you should actually see the name now. And the other name is Jazak. And from what you're able to hear from the what's left of the questioning is Rakaj is a long time frequenter of this establishment, um, and Jazak is an apprentice mage. And while you missed the questioning about the hiring and all that, you do get the impression, though, that they are both working for the same person as a team.
okay.
So the
I turned.
figures are tied up, and then go ahead.
All right. I turned to the guard who was doing the questioning, and say, I know I was out doing the poison, and I've turned over that evidence for you, and uh, what the poison is and what it does. But did they mention who they were hired by?
Um, yes, I given the person that is accused, unfortunately, I do not believe we can give out that information. But let's just
I do
say that.
have.
Go ahead.
I do have the authority of both the Nexus Guild and the Order of Steel, and I will be needing your commander's name because I will be entering into this investigation myself. So if you could please give me that.
He seems to be on the fence. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, is this going to be a persuasion based on my physical presence or what I just said?
No, based on what you said. So it's just a regular,
Okay.
intelligence or
Charisma.
whatever it's normally based on,
Yeah.
or charisma or
Okay.
whatever it is.
Yeah, charisma. And
He sighs and it says, "Maybe you're right, but you must be very careful who you say this to until we have more proof. They are
absolutely, it will
they are
stay just with
blaming
me and the others.
Addis Neilwit of the noble house Neilwit."
ADIS, Addis.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post it. Uh, no, copy. You can do it. There it goes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you. All right. Don't worry. I will be very careful in keeping it just between my investigative team and your uh, your precinct and commander. And it will go no farther until after the investigation is complete.
He nods and says, "Thank you, citizen, and thank you for bringing this to our attention so that we can pull people like this off the street. With the current with the recent attack, and it's amazing the kind of lengths people will still go to hurt each other. Just I don't understand."
Yeah, there are those bottom feeders that will see the chaos now and tragedy now as a opportunity to use it as cover for their personal gain.
Indeed.
Sad.
All right, Pico, you arrive at a small temple. You're not sure which god it's supposed to appeal to, but you can definitely see there's priests around. So what do you do?
All right. Are there priests outside?
Yes, you can see one, at least one outside, kind of talking to probably a parishioner.
All right. All right. I
Your
charge
voice.
right up to the priest stopping. I'm not muted. Am I coming through for everybody else?
It's
Yep, you're coming through for me
Yeah,
too.
you're
It
coming.
just glitched for a
yeah, it's
second.
coming through. It's very delayed, but it's coming through.
Oh, that's weird. Anyway, I go ahead and stop short of the nearest priest and mentally to the priest. Help, this man has been poisoned with a fast acting poison. He needs assistance immediately.
He looks up, a little confused at first, but then he sees Jared, and he runs up. "We need help out here!" And he starts yelling, and he starts yelling out some names, and you see several other priests running out and pulling Jared off the horse. And then you see several of the priests just kind of throw him over their shoulders and carry him like a sack and just run inside. And the priest you originally spoke to kind of bows his head and he says, "Can you explain what happened to this man?"
I'm going to go ahead and change out a horse for him here. Um,
Oh, he was talking to Devok at the all this time,
oh,
or thought he was talking to Devok. Then he changes as like he looks confused for a moment. Uh, a druid?
yes. Um, so anyway, we were had gone to the Golden Dice to visit our friend here, and as we were arriving, somebody appears to have poisoned him, realizing that the quote unquote healer who was trying to help him was probably helping ensure his death. My companion Devok here and I decided to seek legitimate medical attention, which brings us here. My understanding is it is a fast acting poison, so there's not a moment to waste. It's meant to kill within minutes.
His eyes like, "Do have you gone to the guards?"
We summoned the guards to the Golden Dice. They are in the process of investigating. I did not have the time to wait, though, so we rushed this individual here.
And what's your relationship to this individual?
I'm a friend of his. We've had a working relationship, a business relationship.
May I ask your name?
Pico.
I see. He leads you inside the temple to looks like a small waiting area. It's like, please have a seat. We will. Our your friend is being attended to, and when he is conscious, we will give him your name. And if he is willing to see you, we will summon you.
Of course.
And then the priest walks away, and you can see a small temple. You can see it's full of people, and here you can see people with tattered clothing, some charred clothing, and the place seems absolutely packed full of people.
Oh, may I ask what the name of this temple is?
Um, yes, it is a satellite temple of Gadrak.
Ah, perfect. We were actually taking to the main temple when we realized we probably didn't have enough time and diverted here.
Oh, I see. Um, then you would probably know of Paradin, would you?
Yes, we have worked with him before.
Ah, I see. Well, next time you see him, say hello. Um, say hello for Mikhail.
Mikkel, okay. Um, I'll also be sure to let him know about the great work you're doing here.
Thank you. And I will be back with you in a moment. And then he walks down the hall, uh, probably in the direction they took Jared. Meanwhile, back back at the Golden Dice, uh, you notice, Ragu, that the guards start taking the prisoners away, and one of the guards bows your direction. He says, "Thank you once again. If And he hands you a small sack of money, and he says, "Normally, I would ask you to go to the garrison for a reward, but at the moment we're too strapped, and I'm sure it'll get lost. So I will give you that. It isn't much; it's 50 silver, but it's what I have on me at the moment. Consider it your reward. I will get reimbursed. Good day, citizen."
Um, Thank you, God. Thank you. And
And they walk away. What do you?
Um,
they take the prisoners with them.
Yeah, they take the prisoners with them.
All right.
Fire Lily's
As they were walking away. Oh, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
uh, as well as they're walking away, Fire Lily's going to watch see if there's anything out of sorts with any of the guards.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. And
And
Ragu, what were you saying?
as they're walking away, Ragu was going to try and commit the face and number of guards to memory. Is like that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy. Because if there's any problems, I'll be able to recognize the four people that took them away, and if any of them aren't guards. So I'm just
Okay, go ahead and give me a
marking
history
the
check.
faces and names here. Okay.
Okay, you have a pretty good image of the guards in your mind.
Okay. And while I was doing the poison, while I was doing my alchemy, and I figured out that it's a fast-acting poison, is the poison absorbed through the skin or only drunk? Or
Only drunk.
okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not on the map, so I'm not moving it. But I'm gonna
Don't
go
lick
ahead
your
and walk
fingers.
back in. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and walk back in to where I threw those rags on the table so that the poison wouldn't drip out anymore.
Right.
I'm going to take the knocked over glass. I'm going to set it upright. I'm going to take the rags. I'm going to wring them out into that cup.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take the rags and, well, I don't know. Is there a,
The bartender's behind the bar, looking at what you're doing curiously.
right. And everybody in the bar knows at this point in time that what I'm cleaning up is poison, right?
Right.
All right. Um, I look
Oh,
over. Is there a
yes.
small saucepan or a small pot?
Yeah, there's plenty of pots. He hands you one.
I grab the pot. I put the rags and the cup in the pot. I take. Let me click over here. Equipment. I take 4 silver pieces and I go ahead and give them to the bartender and say, "I'm keeping the cup, pot, and rags."
He looks at it.
And
He
I
kind of
go,
shrugs to say, "They're yours."
yeah. I go wash my hands with soap, take the pot, put the lid on it, and carry it out,
All right. So where are you going?
having cleaned up the poison. Um, as I walk out, Char comes to this side of the building and circles around, with Fire Lily still sitting on my shoulder. I said, "Okay, where are we going?
Okay,
Did
and
they get them
you're
to a
going to the
temple?"
temple.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So back at the temple, a few minutes passes, and one of the priests comes out and says, "Pico, Jared is fine. He has been he is fairly strong with the weave, so we were able to use magic to quickly get him into good condition. And we are going to keep him overnight just in case, but we don't foresee any additional complications. And he does recognize your name, and so please, Pico, and what's your name? And he points at you, Devok.
Sorry, say that again.
The priest is asking you your name.
My name is Davok.
If you would both please come with me.
I am delighted to hear this news, and I will be speaking your praises next time I see Paradin.
Well, thank you, Pico. And so
You have no idea what a wonderful thing you've done today.
he takes you into down the hall and into a fairly small room with a bed in it, and you see a couple of chairs next to the bed, and there's a priest in there. And then once you enter, the priest kind of backs out so you have room to sit, and they close the door behind you. And and then Jared looks up and he says, "Well then, um, you haven't seen me in the best light, have you? Falling for the oldest trick in the book."
Hey, the fact that we're talking about this after the fact is a lot better than what I thought it was going to be mere minutes ago.
Indeed, I assume I have you to thank for that.
In part, but
Well, here's what I know. And this isn't actually the reason that I wanted to meet with you, but we'll get to that after, I suppose. But I believe that there's a member of House Neilwit who wants me dead for some reason. I don't think it has anything to do with the Grey Cult, but I did get a clue. I received a strange message recently, and the scroll had a seal on it, but the seal was removed. But unfortunately, the person who did it wasn't that skillful, and it left an impression behind, an impression of House Neilwit. And it had an enigmatic message on it. It said, "You are working with the enemies of justice, so the only answer is the sword." I'm not entirely sure what it means, but I have a feeling it has something to do with you, or at least your group as a whole.
I believe that that means you are being targeted by the Sword of Justice. Boy, they are so clever with their wordplay.
Indeed.
Well, that is definitely interesting. Um, Rasiri is on his way here, so maybe we'll. Yeah, because he hasn't arrived yet, right?
Right.
Okay. Um, how about we give him a few minutes to catch up, just so that we can all have that discussion. To sort of change the subject a bit. I mean, which feels kind of rude, given that your near death does seem like an important thing to discuss. But I've been thinking about the whole seal thing. Speaking of which, I've got some good news there. We've definitely made some headway towards solving the Kylon problem permanently, so the expeditions have been paying off well in that regard. But I definitely am aware of the concern about needing to lock things down if all goes wrong. And I was curious what kind of information you had about how the seal worked.
Well, I don't know enough, but I do know that there are multiple places. I'm not sure what to call them, but there are multiple ancient places uh, throughout the Nexus that seem to control its connections to other worlds. And I know that one of them has been destroyed. It was destroyed what was it, 10 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely it. I did a lot of research about that one back when it happened.
But
That's
there are potentially there are other locations that have been hinted at, and while I don't know the exact locations, I have been researching this, and yes, I believe that it is on our best interest to reseal the place. After all, once we unsealed the world, the the gods left in their physical form. These creatures invaded, and who knows what else is out there.
well, right now the with the seals, I mean, being able to access Lumev is our best hope at stopping the Kylon, and we have seen evidence that the weapon works. We have information now on where to find it, and information that it can, in fact, be safely deployed to save people here. So,
He nods like,
yeah,
"Yes, you've convinced me in the past
yeah,
that at least until that happens, we need to we need to keep this seals
yeah,
open.
right.
And once that happens, if we're successful, well, if we're not successful, we'll be dead, so I guess it won't matter. If we're successful, then we can revisit the topic."
hmm But yeah, so I definitely understand the need for contingency plans, which is kind of my interest in learning more about the SEALs and their operations. So any information you have along those lines would be, greatly appreciated, and I'm willing to help where I can.
He nods. Well, first, I think we should focus on the current problem, and then
Right.
we'll figure out what to do about the seals afterward.
Of course. So checking in with Fire Lily, how far away is Rasiri?
You go to check in, and then back to you, Ragu. You show up at this small temple, and Fire Lily seems to be indicating that it is the correct temple. So what do you do?
Oh, he's outside the door.
I go walking in carrying a pot with a lid.
One of the
Walking
priests
in.
walks your way, and it says, "How may I help you, my child?"
Yes, I am believing that a friend of mine came in here with an injured fellow, probably not too terribly long ago.
What was your
Um,
friend's name?
a Pico, or
Yes.
maybe Jared. Jared,
Please
the
come this way. And he leads
yes,
you into a back room. And wait here one moment. And Pico, you see, and Devok, you see a priest open the door and kind of pop his head in. There's someone here to see. Oh, hold on. What was your name again? Uh,
Is he big and shiny?
yes.
That's
Rasiri, echoing
yes.
through the halls. My
He's with
name is
us.
Rasiri.
All right then. He opens the door. All right, go in. It'll be a tight fit. And then he closes the door behind you.
I kind of hunch down to get in the door. I'm kind of scrunched up. I'm holding this pot. So, how is he doing? Did
Much
you
better.
survive?
Jared waves at you. It's like, I'm fine. The priests did their magic.
I, uh, I was able to get a quick identification of the poison. I have the rest of it here, so that nobody else gets accidentally poisoned.
He looks at that pot with distaste and is like, burn it or something. However you get rid
Oh,
of that
don't.
stuff, you would know.
I
Maybe
have
the
found out something interesting that you might like to know, my friend.
What's that?
Uh, I was able to tackle and take down the guy who poisoned you. Apparently, he and a little squirt friend of his were working for House Neilwit.
He nods. So my
I crack
my
my
hunch
knuckles
was
and say,
correct.
after a little bit of crack persuasion, they were willing to admit that.
Do you know the particular person?
Yes. There was a man named Rujak, and he had a little boy with him named uh, Jazak,
Oh,
and
not them. I meant the person who hired them. It's I had a suspicion it was House Nilwit from before, but I don't know who in House Nilwit.
did the soldier give me more than just House Neilwit?
Yeah, it's in the chat. They mention Addis Nilwit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Addis. There we are. Sorry, I had it written down on a piece of paper. Yeah, I believe it was Addis Neilwit. They said was hiring them.
He sighs. Yes, he is. He is one of the highest in the house. He sighs. Well, thank you for this information. Well, now that you are all gathered, I should probably tell you why you're here, or why I called you anyway, before they attempted to kill me. But you see, I I have information about the Grey Cult, and I think it's timely, and that is that I believe I've tracked them to an ancient library here in the city, one that is supposed to be abandoned and locked up. But lately, there have been a number of cult members going in and out, uh, oftentimes in the at night, of course. But I believe there's something coming to a head, and I believe that it's that they're searching for something in that building, probably some information. And I can tell you where the place is. I dared not try to enter myself because knowing the cult, they probably have some sort of guards or wards. But I believe if we want uh, to take out the great cult, we'll need to go there.
All
Excellent.
right.
Um, just out of curiosity, I know you're not feeling well. You are under the weather. Everything's been very bad today. Have you heard anything in the Grey Cult, perhaps, about something new,
Something me?
like new, something not old, something new?
I'm not
Do you
entirely
remember?
sure.
Do you remember Red Carpentry?
Yes, and apparently the place got blown up somehow. Uh,
Yeah, we talked
Yes.
about that
Well,
before.
this is the same thing that blew up Red Carpentry. Um, there might be several more devices that do the same thing
Mentally to
now.
Ragu, you don't want to be getting him thinking about threats involving Lumev.
Ah, well,
well,
anyway,
if they stole something or they have something new, as you put it, I
if they
suspect
are,
it would be wherever their main headquarters is now. And I think our best bet of finding out where that might be is this ancient library.
okay. Yeah, keep a word out and alert us if you find anything about somebody talking about the new weapon. But just all right, library.
But
Kind of
unfortunately,
awkwardly
that's
stop talking.
okay. Fortunately, that's all I had to say. But I believe that whatever they're searching for in that library is of critical importance. But I am not convinced that my people will be able to deal with whatever they have guarding it.
Well,
So I would like to ask that if you would investigate this library.
we we are definitely here for the cavalry.
He
Kind of
nods.
smile cheekily.
All
Yes,
right.
whatever is there, I'm sure you could probably deal with it yourself, Ragu.
Oh no, no, we are the cavalry. Devak and Pico and me and our other associates, Ire and Galen. You have met both of them too, yes?
It's our formal group name now.
Oh, he is. I see.
Um, but you're probably going to want some information about the Sword of Justice, because yeah, they're certainly not the Great Cult, but unfortunately, I don't know if I'd say they have vaguely similar goals. Let's just say they have really stupid goals. Um,
He chuckles.
they're
Can I cut in for a second there? Using my ring to telepathically communicate, can I do that? If he's not in animal form immediately?
Yeah, your ring is for when he's in animal form, unfortunately.
Okay, so I
you
can't do
can
that.
get out of you can get out of view of out of Jared's eyesight and mouth what you want to say to me.
All right. I kind of sluffle to the side as you're talking, and I mouth. Do we tell him about the connections between the Grey Cult and the Sword of Justice, both being controlled by the one warlock?
That's probably a good idea mentally to Regu, because he may be able to help us here. I mean, certainly if he's being targeted, then that kind of helps cement that he's an ally. But
Okay.
anyway, divide my attention there. I decided to go ahead and tell Jared. So the Sword of Justice. They have their secret meetings, and apparently they are some of the disgruntled houses trying to regain influence and are willing to conspire against some of the more established houses, even going so far as to frame them for things. Do you recall? Have you heard about the disappearance of a particular noble named Artega?
That sounds familiar.
Well, apparently that was orchestrated by one of these lesser houses in an attempt to frame another one. They actually altered his mind in order to bear false witness against the greater noble house that they're targeting. So, but yeah, these people are basically caught trying to cause instability and unrest, thinking it's going to help them, when in reality it's just going to bring everybody's demise. So the great cults are trying to bring the end of the world on purpose. They're kind of bringing it all by accident, and it's all being
Both of
seems to be
those,
orchestrated.
yeah, both of those organizations, seemingly separate, are being orchestrated by just the one warlock.
He looks at you and says, "If that's
He's
true,
playing.
what is this
He is
one
playing.
person's goal?"
Uh, we believe very, very bad. Oh, I don't have his name in front of me right now. Dave can
Maramir.
help. Meramir. He was a in the.
Wait, we've
We've
told
talked to
him
him about.
about the Warlock Maramir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fair enough. And so, yeah, he nods, like, "Oh, yes, I remember now. Yes, we've had this discussion."
Oh, interestingly, remember when you were having us follow Taranda?
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned she was a member of House Neelwit, and she was working as a runner between members of the or cells of the Grey Cult. So House Neelwit has ties to them.
So
And
House
now
Neowit
ties
is
to the
helping on
sword.
both sides.
Yeah, like I said, both the Sword of Justice and the Grey Cult are being organized and controlled by one man. And even though they may be at each other, they are unknowingly doing the same thing, even if they don't think they are. So with Neil Witt having a person running for the Grey Cult, and then another portion of House Neil Witt um, working with the Sword of Justice, that
I would
that
th-
should show you right there. House
I sus-
Newwood might be more closely connected to the uh, the warlock.
I suspect that the Sword of Justice thinks they're manipulating the Grey Cult. they also think, oh, yeah, I think we might have mentioned it, but they also had made mention of a Kylon hatchery that we actually destroyed before heading into our most recent Lumev expedition. Um, so, uh, so yeah, they're the sort of justice is manipulating the Kylon. They are working, at least surreptitiously, with the Gray Cult, probably thinking they're manipulating them. But yeah, as far as they're concerned, it's a big power struggle to displace the greater houses, and it looks like they're willing to destroy everybody to do it. Enemies within.
Jared shakes his head. Well, perhaps if you can find out where where the Grey Cult headquarters is, perhaps that will link to the Sword of Justice as well in this Mirror.
We asked you before we went on our last voyage to Lumev to try and maybe see if you can find the location of the loose Kylon so we could get them when we get back. Well, obviously, that is out of the bag with a whole big bunch of Kylon attacking. But in your searches, did you find any locations that might be connected to either the cult or the sword?
Actually, it was in those very searches that my men found the Grey Cult taking a sudden interest in the ancient library.
Ah, okay.
So, unfortunately, I think I should sleep now. So, unless there's anything else,
Yes,
I will rest. And once I think at this point in time, I will go into hiding until we can figure out what's going on. But I will send you a message on where to find me, and in a couple of days, maybe the day after tomorrow, and then you can let me know if you manage to find anything, and I can let you know if I hear anything as well.
Of course. If you're going to be resting here, we'll go talk to the main temple and let them know to arrange for security here. Uh, we, from firsthand experience, know that they also have plenty of reason to have problems with the Grey Cult, and will probably be quite motivated to help ensure your safety.
It's like, thank you. That is appreciated. All right, so what do you guys do?
I think we
Um,
should immediately head to the main temple and talk to Paradin.
Okay,
okay.
Agreed.
you. Oh, go ahead.
I was just agreeing.
All right. So the group travels to the larger temple of Gadrak. Um, there it is. And I'll just go ahead and drag everybody over. There's Devok. And Galen was here last, apparently, because his token was there.
He's probably just been loitering there the whole long rest. It's like, oh, my training's done. Can
Oh,
I keep going?
yeah, fair enough. I don't know what my problem is. Here we go. Pico. All right, so everybody should see the map. And as you arrive, you actually see Paradin outside talking to Willem. So what do you do?
Okay, make a beeline right for the two. Hello, we have urgent news.
He looks up. Isn't everything urgent these days?
Yeah, this is maybe more urgent than most, but there was an assassination attempt on a important figure who we managed to bring over to one of the other temples and was saved. But he's being targeted by a mutual enemy. And if you're able to make arrangements, we'd greatly appreciate if his safety can be secured while he's recovering.
He nods. Yes. Tell me of the temple um, and the priest, and I will deal with it.
That is north of here, uh, and yeah. So the priest was Mikhail, and oh, on a trivial note, he did ask to say hello on his behalf next time I saw you. But I'd also like to put in an excellent word for him. His quick actions basically saved the life of our friend, who undoubtedly would have uh, died very quickly had it not been for their timely intervention. They've done some great work today, and I wish that they be recognized for that.
He nods, and so it will. Well, I will make the arrangements, and it is fairly late. It is unfortunate that your evening had to be interrupted in this way.
That's okay.
Well, as you can
I
see, he kind of gestures around, and around you you see this place is full of people, and you can see that they are in the same sort of kind of disgruntled state that you've been seeing at the various temples and other places. As you can see, many have been displaced from their homes, so we're all busy these days.
Uh,
Rasiri reaches into his pouch and takes out 15 platinum, hands it to Paradin, and says, "If if this can help with the people and maybe the healing of the guards, I would be much obliged."
He looks down at it, and you can see that you can see he's a little teary-eyed, and he says, "Well, thank you, my son. This will be of great worth."
I regret that we weren't here to help defend the city, but the mission we were on should help ensure that we will soon not have to worry about such incursions.
He nods. Indeed. Well, I should be about then, making arrangements as soon as possible. Have a good day, and I hope to see you with better news in the future.
Yep. And something that's a rarity for me, blessings of Gadrak upon thee, and go ahead and head on out.
Blessings of Gadrak upon thee. And as we're leaving, I turn to Devok and Pico, say, "If either of you tell Galen that I did that, I will deny it and tie her tongue in a knot."
All right, I'll just tell him you stole 15 plat from the temple.
True.
Uh, can we stop at the which guards? Which guards were it that took the prisoners away?
Um, it's hard to tell, but you do know
Well,
that
yeah.
there's a garrison over here.
All right, and that I did ask, but that's the garrison that those guards were from.
Yeah, that's the closest one.
All right, can we swing by that garrison a little quickly?
I think he's asking the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Sure.
can swing by.
All right.
All right. So you head back to the garrison, and you can see guards coming and going. You can see that the grounds are busy, and there's a lot more activity for this late at night than you're used to. You get to the gate, and that's still guarded by two guards, and one of them looks over. "What can I do for you?"
We were here to make mention or to speak with the captain of the guard.
What's your purpose?
A recent assassination attempt. I was involved.
What's your name?
I would hope you're not
Rasiri.
involved in the assassination attempt.
No, I was involved in the apprehension of the assassin, and I spoke with some of the guards who were bringing the prisoners here.
Name, please.
Rasiri.
Wait here. And he walks away, and then with the other guards kind of keeping a close eye on you. And then
I kind of look over to Pico and get and Devak and say, "Are there any questions that you might be wanting to ask the prisoners, or is this just a quick visit?"
Um, as far as I know, it's just a quick visit. But if you
Okay,
have any questions,
okay.
then feel free.
Okay, after a few
Be
minutes, the guard returns. Apparently, they asked me to escort you inward. He looks at your group. Are they all these people with you?
Yes.
Very well then. And he escorts you inside the main guardhouse. You can see that there are guards running every which way, and you can tell a lot of them look haggard and tired. Some of them have pieces of their armor missing, um, and you see one guy being pulled in on a stretcher with a healer kind of walking alongside and healing, and then a captain comes out and he looks down and says, "What, what do you need?"
Is there any recognition of our previous dealings with the guards? We've
Um,
been
he
helpful
um,
before.
he actually looks like one of the guards who took the guy away, but he doesn't seem to immediately recognize you. Probably, but you
Seven
suspect
foot,
that that's
7 foot
probably
6 inches tall, shiny metal.
that's a good point. He doesn't he it doesn't recognize you at first, and then he shakes his head. It's like, "Oh, yes, Rosiri, was it? Um, yes, you did help us out. What do you need?"
Oh, well, I was just formally informing you that even though we in the city and the guilds all trust in your investigation, we will also be investigating for our own purposes. So, an exchange of information would be wonderful. If we find anything, we will tell you, and if you find anything, I would appreciate you informing us through the Nexus Guild. Just ask for the cavalry. And
Oh,
on top of that, oh, go ahead.
while as we're actually going in, one thing I suddenly realize is I go ahead and scribble out a note for Jared, and I go ahead and roll that up and hand it off to Fire Lily, and I have Fire Lily zip back to the temple where uh, Jared is being treated,
Okay. Um,
and mentally to Rasiri and Devak, I've got an idea.
all right.
Okay.
So the guard looks over and it's like, "Yes, we are arranging for the magistrate as we speak. We have done a preliminary questioning of the prisoners. They were they were hired by a Addis Neowit, which you were as you were already informed. I would please ask you to keep quiet about for the time being until
Of course.
we can corroborate that, and it could be a ploy against the House, given the
Yes.
high ranking of that particular member. In addition, it appears that the two prisoners know very little about the why they were hired. One is an apprentice mage who apparently was hired from the Arcane Tower. Although my understanding is that the Arcane Tower did not know the purpose of the hiring. Um, Apparently, the person involved, though, has, well, shall we say, they have very little in the way of scruples. They were only concerned about their own safety. They weren't concerned about the death of a fellow person, so that is concerning. And as far as the other, he is apparently is a rogue, a skilled one at that. Although my guess is that too much drink has dulled those skills. Anyway, apparently he is a regular at the Golden Dice and that has been a regular for years, and that is probably why he was hired, since
Okay.
the staff know him and would let their guard down around him. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be much else to get out of these two. We'll keep trying, of course, but their employer, whoever it winds up really being, is pretty skilled at making sure that the people who might get caught know very little.
Okay, well, thank you for the information, and if we find more through our investigation, we will inform you first and foremost. Oh, on a side note, uh, back at the Golden Dice, I personally was able to um, effect an arrest for both persons involved, and for that, one of the guards gave me a 50 silvers reward.
Yes, he's been compensated.
Yes, I pull out the bag of 50 silvers. I take 10 gold out of my own pocket, add it to those 50 silvers. I would like to donate this to the guards in order to help re-equip and heal yourselves. And I
He,
hand him the
he looks
sack.
at that and nods, like, well, you have our gratitude, Viseri, and I will be sure to let the city lord know of your donation.
Okay. And I hope you can do this as quickly as possible. Looking around at the chaos, and it's like, yes, I hope you can rearm quickly.
I
Thank
do
you for your
too.
time.
Let's just hope there's no attack for a while, so we can get ourselves straight here.
If there is another attack, have a boy runner send word to the apothecary. We are the cavalry. If we are in the town, we will come help.
What apothecary is this?
Lavinia's apothecary.
Thank you. I
He
forgot to
writes it
mention.
down. It's like, will do.
And then the cavalry will come. Thank you. I didn't have any questions for the prisoners. Are you two okay?
I'm good. I've got a different idea. Doesn't involve being here.
Excellent. We will take our leave. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
Well,
I'm ready to leave.
well, thank you for the donation. And then, almost as soon as you turn around to leave, you hear him barking orders to somebody else. All right, so what do you guys do?
All right, checking in with Fire Lily. How long does it take her to get there to the temple where he's at?
Um, let's see, 5, 10, 15. So, probably for her, since she's flying in a straight line, maybe 10 minutes.
All right. So basically, once she gets there, well, she can be invisible. Are there any priests outside?
Any what?
Priests outside that we
Yeah, sure.
recognize.
There's a couple of priests outside.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and in Raven form have Fire Lily to alight near one of the priests, and it's like, I have an urgent message from Mikhail.
Okay. The priest turns to the bird. Um, is the bird out in the open?
Yes.
What? Did you say something?
I have an urgent message from Mikhail.
Well, okay. I guess with the arcane tower, I guess I shouldn't be surprised if there are birds that can talk. All right. What's the message?
I must speak with him personally.
All right. Please wait here. He goes in and brings him out, and he looks around. Somebody has a message for me. Who?
All
And
right.
he points at the bird.
Uh-huh.
Okay. He walks over. You have a message for me, little bird?
I have a message from Mikhail. And I go ahead and have the Fire Lily goes ahead and lands on his shoulder, and then goes ahead and switches over to Pico's voice. Hello, it's me, Pico. Um,
Okay.
so I have an urgent message for Jared, um, and I need an immediate response from him. I go ahead and pass the scroll over, handing it out with one leg. Um, Please deliver this scroll to him, and Actually, better yet, if I can be admitted to see him, it'd just be easier to talk to him.
All right, just fly on my shoulder then.
All right. So, yep, Fire Lily's already there.
All right, he walks to the room where Jared is, and he opens the door and closes it behind him, and then he looks at the bird and says, "We're here."
Thank you. If I may have, okay, and again, I'll just say, Jared, it's me, Pico. Is it okay if we speak alone?
And then at this point, Mikhail just kind of puts the bird on the bed and leaves. And Jared's like, "Go ahead."
Well, I realize that there's a slight little problem, and yet I'm actually speaking through Fire Lily, so here's hearing my voice.
Okay.
Um, well, obviously people want you dead, right?
Yes.
And generally, the surest way to avoid being targeted for death is by being dead, right?
Okay.
What if tragically you did not survive this poisoning attempt?
All right, I'm listening.
Um, I'm thinking I could go ahead and talk with Paradin. I mean, since there's already going to be high security now, it'll be hard for most other people to really gain much access. But if we go ahead and basically get everybody to agree that tragically you just didn't make it, that should facilitate your hiding because how many people are going to be looking for you if you're dead?
I see. That's not a bad idea. I'd be willing to go along with it for now.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to get your permission on that first. Didn't seem like a good idea to go spreading that around if you felt otherwise about the reports of your personal health.
Yes, at some point I'll have to reveal I wasn't dead, but that can be in the future.
All right. And if anybody asks, this was a wild shape. So great. We'll go ahead and talk to Paradin and see if we can go ahead and get the news of your tragic demise in action and see how things work out.
All right. I will play dead for now.
If you need to have a representative contact us at the Nexus Guild, um, yeah, let's see. We'll probably want to use a different name there. Um,
Well, I will send you a message in the next couple of days, and you can just use whatever name's on the message.
that'll work. All right. So if there's anything else, I'll go ahead and depart and leave you to your recovery. I mean, your tragic funeral arrangements.
Yes. Well, I am tired.
All right. So I go ahead and basically summon Fire Lily to me, which should be quicker than flying her out.
Okay.
And with Fire Lily back, it's like, all right, well, good news. No, tragic news. It sounds like Jared's not going to make it. We'd better deliver the bad news to Paradin.
All right. 5, 10, 15. Takes you about 20 minutes to get there, but
Yeah.
eventually you arrive back at the Temple of Gajak.
All right.
And you see Paradin back out front, and he looks up at you with an eyebrow raised. And it's like, I see there's been a change of plans.
Um, well, I don't know if I'd say a change of plans, but I hear that there's tragedy. It sounds like Jared is not doing well. And mentally, I say that part out loud, but mentally, um, if reports are that Jared has died, that might help avoid assassination attempts. So if you're willing to conceal the fact that he survived, um, if he's, if arrangements are made to account for his death, funeral, and everything, that might help ward off the assassins, ease issues on your security detail, and generally make things, easier for the people trying to save this world from itself.
He sighs and he says, when people commit sins, they must be able to, when the time is right, to come forward and admit those sins. If they're willing to do so, then I can agree.
I am certainly willing to confess to my many failings regarding this uh, once we have stopped the world from greater evils.
Yes. Then I will see what I can do.
Uh-huh.
All right, Paradigm goes back inside.
All right, that's it. We can go off on our way. And let's see, Jared did give us the information for where this library was, right?
Yep. And you realize once you got that information, you've actually been there before.
Oh, geez. The description sounded familiar. Is this that one that Lord Nadell sent us to before?
Yep.
Ah, fecal matter.
All right,
All
so
right.
what do you do?
Well, do we want to go ahead and shoot? Well, actually, well, if these guys are operating at night, is that a better to hit in the daytime, or do we need to do that while they're operating?
You suspect that during the daytime there probably won't be any cultists there, but it's up to you. It is definitely like probably 9 o'clock at night by now.
Yeah. How about this? What if we can find? Maybe we should investigate the area and see if we can find a cultist by themselves. I'm curious to see what happens if we kill one. Any thought?
Yes, that would tell us much.
Mm-hmm.
If we can isolate one and kill him alone, then we can wait. And if he comes back to life, we are knowing that there is another temple altar.
Alter, yeah. All right. You see any flaws with the plan, Devok?
That sounds good to me.
All right. We'll probably need to suit up your contractors just in case. But yeah, how about we go
Sounds good.
investigate the place?
All right, so
How about we what?
Sorry, say it
I am
again.
having an idea with that.
You were cutting out when you said whatever you just said, Dave.
Oh, I said
So,
suiting up your contractors, basically, making sure they've got appropriate disguises, and then we can go scout out the library.
okay.
And I was thinking about that too. Do your contractors have armors, or do they just wear normal clothing?
I mean,
let
I'm
me
not. Do they come with armor?
let me see.
Or can you armor them?
Yeah, they do have armor scraps on them. Um, you could potentially get them a few extra AC if you equipped them. Their strength's not that high, so it would probably be light or medium armor.
Yeah. Okay. I let them know that they have like light armor, but we could equip them with something better if we wanted to. I just don't know if we have the resources for that. I mean, I guess we do. We have plenty of money.
Yeah,
Do we
because I
Unfortunately,
have
was
like
thinking.
armor
if you
sets
were
laying
going to
around?
do that now, your armor shops and whatnot would not be open.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
well, we'll make arrangements to do that first thing in the morning, or send somebody first thing in
Yeah.
the morning. But I was thinking about that because we could probably very easily put at least some armor on all of them. I know you have two different types, right? You have the skeletons and the zombies, and the zombies are tough.
The archers and the
They take
warriors, yes.
hit. Okay, archers and
Yes.
warriors. Okay, well the warriors we could go ahead and put into armor, and there is a certain type of armor that I remember when I was in one of the fights long before I came to the Nexus and reawakened my powers and joined the guild. I was fighting in a skirmish way down south, and the enemies there, they all wore face masks. And the face mask was built like a helmet and complete face mask, so you could see only the eyes. we could get some of those. They were, cheap enough to be made, and it would, help prevent, that plus full body robes or something, and people wouldn't even know that they weren't just a militia following behind you, even in broad daylight.
Except for the
Sounds like a
stink,
plan.
perhaps.
We'll have to work on that. I believe there's something, but I need to find out.
Perfume.
We will work on the stink of the warriors. I do not believe the archers stink so much.
Not so much, no.
That's it.
But anyway, for tonight, are you planning on going to the library, or are you going to wait until the next day?
Let's scout it out now.
Okay, so you show up at the ancient library, and like I said, you recognize it. You notice that the windows are all boarded up, which is pretty much the same as it was before. What's different though is that you see that the door is closed, and you can see there's multiple chains and locks on there, and it's definitely more secure than it was last time. But what's interesting is you don't see through the gaps in the boarded windows. You don't see any light coming out of it, and as you look around, you don't see anybody. So what do you do?
Uh,
Spend a little bit of time looking around, just keep an eye out for any potential sentries. I mean, based on red carpentry, we know that these people do like spying on their surroundings.
Not. You don't see anything obvious, but if you want, whoever's looking can make a perception check.
I shall give you assistance, or if Char is more available to give assistance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Char can give you assistance since he's definitely around.
Okay, but I think I kind of look at Pico.
I'm
More
assuming you're
sensitive
looking
to
for
the
some
cat's ears.
expert guidance. Well, I can search too. I mean, I'm
Okay,
fairly perceptive. If somebody's willing
all
to
right.
help me, that'd make life easier.
But yeah, I figure you're either doing it yourself or you're helping somebody, but you can have multiple people doing it themselves if they want.
How
Okay.
about this, Rasiri? Why don't you
I
work with
will.
Char? Devok, are you willing to
And
help me?
Yeah.
okay.
All right. In that case, I'm going to give myself some much needed expert guidance and try my perception 30.
Okay,
All right.
so you're looking
Um,
around. Oh, go ahead, Ragu.
I was gonna say, can I use deduction instead of perception, or is this not applicable?
Um, Probably not applicable because you're kind of just looking for clues. You'd have to find them before you can figure out something out of it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, you're looking around, Pico, and with Devok's help, and Ragu, you don't really notice anything. There's nothing around,
Yeah.
but
It's really dark.
it is dark.
Yeah.
Um, and with your night vision, oh, actually, you're using dark vision. Are you using lanterns or torches or anything?
Wait. Is
I can look
is Fire
through
Lily with you?
Fire Lily's eyes. She's got double sight,
Okay,
so
fair enough. All right, never mind then. So anyway, yeah, you're looking around, Pico, and you can definitely see lots of footprints around. There has been a lot of activity around this area, but not today.
hmm,
And as you look around, you don't see any hints that anybody came around this place today.
that's interesting. I wonder if that means they've already found out what they needed, or you said there was like chains and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Is this stuff that looks like it's accessible from both inside and out, or?
No, it's locked from the outside.
All right. I guess we can try and go through then. So one question. detect magic. Which I do not have prepared. Rasiri, are you able, or Devok, are you able to cast detect magic? Or virtual casting will be fine.
If you give me a second, I can do it. Unless you want to
Yeah, I don't think I have detect magic.
Okay.
We are definitely going to have to get together because there are some spells I think you should be having, and I can teach them to you.
Yeah, there's plenty I need to choose still. I take a long time to choose them.
Oh, okay, not a problem.
No
But
worries.
remember, you are a wizard, so anything extra that you get in your spell book, you can still keep.
Yeah.
So if you choose anything else, that's fine, and then I can help you copy whatever spells from my spell book into yours because we're friends and we're
Okay.
great. All right. Yeah, I will go ahead and be ritual casting detect magic.
Okay, you do so, and there's definitely this feeling of a fair amount of magic inside the building. But there's enough of it that you can't really identify specific sources.
All right, there is a bunch of
Nothing from the
magic emanating.
locks?
Nothing from the locks, no.
Oh, that's
There
good.
is a bunch of magic emanating from inside the building, but many multiple sources and great. Is it great powers or just a lot of little things?
It's mostly a lot of little things, although you suspect that there's something more powerful underneath.
Okay. I suspect something more powerful underneath, and I am hoping it is not an altar.
Um, well, there were various golems, as I recall, so it wouldn't be surprising that there are magical critters floating around in there.
Okay.
Well, should I go ahead and try my hand at these locks?
I shall give you any tinkering help and mechanical knowledge I can.
All right. Boy, I could really use some expert guidance, which I apply to myself. And I'm going to start trying to pick locks as soon as I find. There we go. 15.
All right, so that is barely enough. So you pick the first lock. There's one more lock that seems to be different. That a different style lock. And the second lock seems to be of even of a finer make. So you suspect the next lock will be harder to unlock.
Oh boy, Rasiri, I hope I do better than I did that last time, because that was not exceptional.
I help you again in any way I can.
17.
Okay, so you go and you're trying to pick the second lock, but it appears to be outside of your abilities.
It's not exceptional.
So you've unlocked one of them, and the other is still locked. And the chains are kind of wrapped around, so the locks are redundant. The idea to make sure, or with the idea that you would have to get through both to get the chains off.
Well, I could burn a second level spell, but am I really wanting to? Are we really good for that?
This is fairly important. What did you have in mind?
I can just knock.
That would certainly be handy.
It's not very subtle.
Okay, well, that being the case, we could search around first, see if there are alternative entrances.
Okay. We can do the alternative entrances, and if not, then I can knock and it'll be loud.
All right, so yeah, you do another circle of the building, and there are several windows, but only the one door.
You said they were boarded, right?
They are boarded, yes.
How, we could always try pulling boards off.
I've got the crowbar. I can try doing it silently.
All right. Is that what you're gonna do?
I guess I can help him with that and allow me to offer my expert guidance.
Okay. So
Alrighty.
you can definitely pull the boards off. You got enough strength. So no strength check required, but I will need a stealth check.
Okay, is that with advantage as well or no? Normal.
Um, I guess Pico can help you with that. Give you pointers, stop you before squeaking, that kind of thing. So sure, you can have
That
advantage.
works. Okay. Advantage and 1d4 and
Oh yeah, easy. You managed to pull the boards off the window, making very little noise, and the glass on the window seems to have been broken quite some time ago. So you are able to get through. So let me go ahead and change maps. All right. Hold on, I'm just looking for the map. There it is. That was odd. Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and move you. I'm gonna go ahead and move you guys over to a window. All right, so can everybody see the map?
Yeah.
All right, so you managed to crawl through one of the windows, and you can see the same site you saw before. There's numerous bookcases, fairly tall, blocking your vision, and you hear what sounds a bit like gurgling or growling from the north, but you don't see anything moving.
Joy.
very
Oh,
quietly whisper to the rest of the party. The last time we were here, we were fighting those golems that could suck your life. Be very careful.
before we do anything, I'm going to lean out the window. I'm going to cast Mage Hand and put the padlock that I removed back on the chains.
Okay, you do so.
Not locked, just hanging on there, right? To look.
Well, the other lock I couldn't open, so it doesn't really matter if the other one is locked. So I
Oh,
figured putting it
okay.
back on will help. I mean, granted, we've got the issue of the
Yes.
boards, but
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, yeah, we can always go back out the window, or I can just
yeah.
make an exit if needed.
You said gurgling or growling?
Yeah, it's actually hard to tell which it is. Maybe it's both.
Oh boy.
Do I recognize that sound at all?
Go ahead and give me a history check, or if you have any sort of creature type skills, you can use that instead.
I've
Like
got
creature
botany.
lore.
I've got animal handling. That's about it.
No, I don't think that'll apply.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
actually, I take that back. There's one very specific thing that I believe Rasiri would know. The gurgling. Does it sound like a slime, ooze, jelly, or blob?
It's none of those.
a
Okay, then
7,
no
I'm pretty
problem.
sure that fails.
Yeah, you're not sure what it is. Other than you do know, or Ragu knows, it's not a slime or an ooze.
Okay.
I'm going to take one step here and look down the hall.
So as you look toward the back, you see the same desk you've seen before. Um, yeah, you see a table that looks empty. You see a desk that people have used it recently, despite the cobwebs, but you don't see anything on it. So what do you do?
And roughly which direction do we hear the gurgly, growly?
Um, to the basically it is in this direction, although probably off to the sides.
And there's a lot of bookshelves here, right?
Yes.
I want to look around and see if I can figure out if there's anything in particular that they were looking up, like which bookshelves might have been of interest to them.
Fair enough. It's hard to tell from your current position, but you can see that the area up here looks more disturbed than other areas.
Oh! I almost forgot. Did it take us less than 10 minutes to pull the boards off and get in?
Probably.
Do I see anything magical around me before it wears off?
You do see each bookshelf has some sort of diffused magic there. You suspect it's some sort of protective ward, except for these two bookshelves up here. And beyond that, kind of through the walls, you can see multiple figures um, that look like they're somewhat magical.
I very quietly call all that out to Pico and to Devak.
And nobody move yet because I am going to copy over the various contractors. I'm assuming that Devok, you pulled in your skeletons and zombies.
Yeah, we did talk about bringing
Yeah.
them.
Okay. All right. So I moved them in. They're stacked on top of each other. If there's combat, I will separate them. All right. So what do you guys do?
Like I said, I just call out that each and every bookcase has some sort of protective magic on it you might want to touch. And I call out that there are figures here, and here, just behind the walls. I can just get a faint view of their magic. So they might be Zagolems or something.
I'm going to
And
go
what else did I
ahead.
see?
Go
Jeremy,
ahead.
what else did I see?
Go ahead and what?
What else did I see?
Yeah, it's basically just the protection um, with the bookcases, like you said, and the figures. That's basically all you saw
Okay.
from there.
Oh, and I point out the two individual bookcases that didn't have magic on them.
Yeah, which should be
Maybe they
right here.
used to and they were just, yeah, maybe they used to be magicked, but they were dispelled in order to look at the books on those shelves. I tell Pico that as he's going to do his investigation or perception or whatever he's
Yep.
doing.
I'm going to go ahead and cautiously start approaching to check out that specific
Okay.
set of
So
bookshelves.
as you approach, you see several books open on the table, and you can see that you can see pages, and you can also see what looks like a scroll that's been torn with a smaller piece left behind, probably accidentally. But as you're doing that, you hear a sort of gurgled growl and roll initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we'll do those. Grouping it. All right, is everybody rolled?
Not quite coming up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, no problem.
trying to move.
Oh,
And
cool, 16. Good. All right, so around one, you heard the growl to the north. You have a vague idea of where the creatures are. So what do you do?
all right. Can you ping that vague idea again?
Up here and here.
Okay, I point out all the way up to the end of the hallways, and I go like shoosh with my mouth, with my finger.
All right.
Actually, should I be stealthing? You want me to make a stealth roll?
You get the sense that they seem to already be aware of your presence for some reason. However, if you want to hide somewhere, you can make a stealth check for that. because they have your general presence. They don't necessarily know exactly where you are.
All right. I just make my way over by Pico there, and I'll hold an action to attack anything that threatens. And Char will fly up on top of a bookcase so he can see and be out of the way.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Devok, you've heard the noises from the north. They seem to be aware, at least, of your general presence. Um, the two questions are: what do you order your skeletons and zombies to do, and what do you do?
For now, I just have them follow me because I don't know where anything is yet.
Okay.
I'll walk up this way. Oh, actually,
Yeah, I had to zoom out on the map. I was zoomed in too close to see where they were.
All right. They are following you, but they have to stay in their own hex. So they're doing the
yeah.
best they can. All right. Is that the end of your turn, Devok?
I'll use my second action to step here, but that's about it. I just want to get a better view.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. You hear a kind of sickening thud as limbs kind of hit and slither on the ground, and you see this ghoul-like figure, and you can see that it has two legs, it has two arms, and as it runs, it's two legs and four arms, and you can see that its forearms kind of slap the ground as it's moving, and you can see this shadowy kind of smoke coming out of its mouth as it breathes. And let's see, that's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. What's its move again? Okay, so it can do 8, and then it can dash. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. All right, Pico. You've seen the ghoulish figures running out of the back area much quicker than they seem, given the shape of their body and the way they keep slapping the ground as they run. What do you do?
Ah, damn it. Well, this is really not a good place to be. So the first thing I'm going to do is attack this shadow ghoul. So I'm going to go ahead and attack with my knife claws.
Okay.
This is going to be on a +2. I haven't actually upgraded the thing yet.
Okay.
So 20.
That hits.
All right, and then that does 10 points.
All right. So you definitely heard it.
Oh, that is not very reassuring. I guess I'm going to go ahead and bonus action attack with the other claw.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and roll that as the main claw. Let me verify one thing real quick. Maybe it was this one. Nope. Nope. Jeez. There we go. Okay, so this next attack will basically be at a -1 on both things. So that's going to be a 22.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. So 22 hits.
All right. And then let's see. And then the damage will be Yeah, that'll also be a -1 damage. So that'll be 6 points.
6. Okay.
All right, and God, how long are these guys' limbs?
Good question. Let me double check here.
They have a reach of 10 or reach of 5.
Strangle one target. They are still in the 5-foot reach range.
Okay. I'm going to. Oh, jeez. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move away and. Shoot. I'm just going to go ahead and pull back here behind where Devok's minions are.
All right, fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, that'll do it.
Okay. Okay. Come on. Next. There we go.
There's a lot of these things.
All right. And then that one. Okay. All right, round 2. Ragu, you see a horde of these creatures moving into your position. What are you going to do?
Okay, I'm going to, let's see here. Ah! Second. Oh my god,
What's wrong?
my window just closed. I'll be right there.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Honest. Loading, loading, reloading. Okay, here we are. All right, zoom out a little because that's big. Okay. Um, they're all closing in on my position. Excellent. My position. Um, let's see here. Snap to center. Cone. That's sort of cone-like, right?
Sure, what are you trying to do?
I was really seriously thinking about dragon breathing Char, but
Yeah, you would hit the 3 people in front of you. You would
yeah, but I'd
also hit
also
the
light
shelves.
the books. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping not. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Rasiri's just going to wail. He is going to go ahead and
You're going to wail at the one right in front of you or the one more off to the side?
he's going to wail at the one right here in front of him.
Okay.
Now, because of where I am, it's not like they can get around me without going through my hex, right?
No, well, they could go completely around you, but yeah, they'd have to take the long way. Or go
Okay,
through the block.
that's okay. Because right now, Devok can get past me, but
Yeah,
this guy cannot get here, and
that's right.
this guy cannot
Yeah,
get
they'd
here.
have to go through your
Okay.
X.
All right. Can't be pincered. Devok, you're going to want to get behind me at some point. I'm wailing on this guy, and I'm going to be trying
Hello.
to draw aggro.
Alrighty.
So, uh, Char will fly here, give me the help action, and then fly back. I can't see really well, but like
Well,
over.
there's giant bookshelves next to you. Yeah, you can't see well.
Yeah,
That's because your character can't see well.
yeah. My character can't, but Char should be able to see or over them. So he's gonna now. He'll just fly back to like here next to Pico to be out of the way after he gives me the help action.
Okay.
So my first attack is going to be here.
Crit.
That's a crit. Whammo.
So looks like 21. Okay, good hit.
Okay. Um. No, I'm not going to use any superiority dice just yet. I'm just gonna wail with my second attack, trying to draw aggro.
That hits. 11. Yep, another good hit.
And then I'm going to punch. Now, my pearlescent knuckles, they can only see a moment of the past, or they give me information about.
They basically see you see a moment in the past, like from whatever you touch. You see that moment from that thing's point of view.
Okay, so it doesn't actually give me any aspects or anything.
Right. It's not really a combat thing.
Okay, yeah. The idea that I just had was if I punch him, make contact, maybe I can use my pearlescent knuckles to like give me some information about it, what its weaknesses and strengths are. But no.
Yeah, it doesn't give you
Okay.
information about things. It just shows you a moment in the past from its point of view.
Okay. In that case, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to punch.
Okay, you hit. All right, another 7 points. Is that the end of your turn?
That is.
You've definitely smashed into it and cut into it, but it still has a bit more than half its health, and it looks angry. Devak, so the two questions as usual. What are you going to tell your skeletons and zombies to do, and what are you going to do?
I'm gonna tell them to attack the ghouls, and then I'm gonna move back one step here. I know it take an attack, but I'm
Fair
just
enough.
gonna take the attack.
Let's see what happens. So I guess it'll just do the bite, which hits.
Ouch.
So you take 21 piercing damage as you retreat. Just to make sure that's all that bite does. Yeah, that's all the bite does. All right, you retreat, and you do anything else on your turn?
I'll just blast.
Okay, and you hit both times. I'm assuming with the guy who bit you.
Yeah.
So 15 points of damage. All right,
And
and as
then
far
the
as your
skeleton.
skeletons, let's. You told them to attack the ghouls, so that means they're gonna move so they can attack. So 2, 3. All right, so he's just gonna go behind the table and attack. This guy will go behind the table and attack. This guy will. Let's see. Go there. 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 All right, so let's take care of your skeleton attacks first. So you get 2, 3, 4, 5 attacking Shadow Ghoul 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. They do not have advantage, but one of them hit. So okay, so that is 13, 20, 27, 29, 31, 41 damage to the ghoul. To ghoul 3.
Oh, yikes.
Yep. And then your skeleton 1 attacks ghoul 6, who misses. And then the zombies move forward to attack ghoul 6. One hits, one misses. The zombie that hits does an unspecified amount of damage. That's annoying. All right, that is 1d6 plus 1.
Interesting.
So 2 damage.
Wait, that little? Oh, they hit way less than the skeleton.
Oh yeah, it's that's true. Yeah, that's the
The zombies, or yeah, they're fighters.
yeah, that is odd. I thought I updated them. Let's see. What's your proficiency again? 4, right? So there, that should be 1d6 plus 5. Let me update that real quick. So I'll add the extra 4 damage.
My proficiency?
Yeah.
Spell attack bonus or
No, you just your regular proficiency.
what? Oh,
Right.
4. Okay, I don't even know what proficiency does.
That's how much of a bonus you get for skills and stuff you're proficient in. It takes care of
Oh,
for it
okay.
automatically, so you usually don't have to worry about it. But the higher that
Yeah.
is, the better you are at your skills. All
Yeah.
right, so that I'll take another 4 out of this guy.
Okay.
All right. Is that then your turn to Vok?
Yeah.
All right. So Shadow Ghoul 2 is going to move over and attack a zombie. All right, he has multi-attack, so he's going to just do 2 bites. He's not going to do the strangle. All right. Wow, that's pretty bad. 1 attack hits, 1 attack misses.
I wish I could see all this happening, but all of it's blacked out for me.
Yeah, it's because your character can't actually see it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right. So your zombie, you heard your zombie get hurt, but your zombie is still alive. Ghoul 6 is going to bite your other zombie. And I'm only going to roll that once for some reason. All right, there we go. It hits both times. And so
Oh,
that
their AC's
zombie
pretty good.
is going to take 27 damage, which is just enough to take it out.
Wait, the zombies are terrible.
It has to roll.
Oh, right. It's got its constitution. So what is that? Hold on, let me check. DC of 5 plus the damage taken. So that would be a DC of 32. I don't think you can
Would it
make
be
that, but I'll
32
make
or
it
just
anyway.
the 1 attack?
It seems
Oh,
like to me the
right. That's
zombies
right.
are
That's
just
right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. So 14. Okay, yeah,
So
that'd be
that's
like a
15, and it took so that's an 18. So it's still failed, unfortunately.
to me it seems like the zombies are worse than the skeletons in every way.
Well, the zombies are worse with the attacking, but
That,
theoretically, that rise from the dead on 1 hit point should be pretty effective.
No,
It's
not that's good at low levels, but at higher levels they take so much damage the DC goes too high to be doable.
Oh, okay. So they're
Yeah,
okay. So zombies are
Plus,
only
skeletons
good
are
wolves
better.
at low level.
I think the
Okay.
zombies even have less DC and health.
no, they have more
Those are
health.
less
They do have
DC
less AC though. They
or
have less
AC.
AC
So
but more
Well,
health.
it seems
we'll have to
pointless.
throw some armor on them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a shadow ghoul runs up, and it should attack Ragu because it would have advantage. But since Devok heard it, it's going to attack Devok. But Devok has
Wait.
partial cover because of the bookcases. Let me double check that it
Yeah,
can
I'm gonna
actually.
be full.
Yeah. And so it has a harder time hitting Devok, but it's a ghoul, so it's going to try anyway.
Nope.
Oh wait, 2 bites. Yep. So it bites a chunk out of the bookcase. All right, Ghoul 7. All right, so what you see is Ghoul 7 as she moves towards the skeletons, and you see it scream at the skeletons, and a dark cloud escapes its mouth. Come on, stop moving.
Uh-oh. We're
Once the
about to
dark
see what they
cloud
do.
escapes its mouth, it covers a 10-foot by 10-foot area, which is enough to get 3 of the skeletons. So what happens is anything in that area that's not a shadow ghoul is blind. In addition, they have to make a DC 15 save or more stuff happens. So let's do that. Group save, Constitution save, 15. And if they fail, they take 2d6 damage. So they take 10 damage. Yeah, and then no damage if they succeed. If they fail, though, they take damage and they're stunned. It looks like one succeeded, the other two failed. So the one that succeeded, all right. So the ones that failed are stunned. Okay, so that's
Now, are
that.
zombies immune to stun? Or skeletons immune to stun?
Good question. I'll check. Nope, they're only no, exhaustion and poisoned are the ones they're immune to. But good question. All right, Pico. So you can see that the skeletons have moved. You heard one of the zombies die. You might even have seen it. Um, and it looks like Ragu is surrounded. What are you going to do?
He's surrounded, huh?
Or flanked, I should say.
All right. Given the circumstances, I'm going to burn my other warlock slot and see. I'm going to cast. Oh, come on! That should be able to let me. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I am going to cast a moonbeam right here. So the basically adjacent to the two shadow ghouls.
Okay. And it would affect just those two shadow ghouls?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
That's the damage. Let's see. That was going to be 2d10. I want to say.
Oh, you can't just roll. What's the save then? Because normally when you roll from it, it tells you what the save is and everything.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, I don't know why. I'm just having one of those brain dead days. There we go. Level 2. Yes, that's better.
All right, so that is a Constitution save. 16, 14 damage, and half damage. All right. Unfortunately, they both made it, but they still take some damage, and they are still in it. All right. Is that the end of your turn, Pico?
Given the circumstances, damn it, I'm not thrilled about this. I'm gonna climb up on the bookshelf here so I can get a better view of everything. Which actually kind of makes things worse from
Hold
visibility.
on. Let me here. How would I fix that? Does that help you?
Yeah, for the most part.
I'll just go ahead and we'll just move it all. What the heck? It's blocking other people's view, but or everybody else can see it, but that's fine. You should have better
Okay.
visibility now, though.
All right. Yeah, I think this is good enough for me here.
All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right. So the shadow ghoul in front of you, Ragu, screams. Come on, select the box. No, select the box. Hold on, give me one moment. You're not gonna. Oh, okay, whatever. Roll 20. I'll make a new box. Okay, so that'll be. Oh wait. That'll be that. There you go. Roughly there. All right, so the creature screams, and anybody within that box that's not a shadow ghoul is blind, which means that you have disadvantage to hit because you're blind, and other creatures have advantage to hit you. In addition, Davok and Ragu, go ahead and give me DC 15 Wisdom saves.
Okay, the blind thing, is that a necrotic or a disease or something, or
It is a necrotic power, yes.
I have resistance to necrotic. Does that count in any way or nothing?
I don't think it affects you from the blindness, but it would affect you if you take damage.
Okay. All right. Wisdom, you said?
Yeah. Both you and Devok make DC 15 Wisdom saves. Okay. You make it. And Devok.
Sorry, 1 second.
DC
Wisdom.
15 Wisdom
Right.
save.
Okay. Now
Wow.
this is this for the blindness or for something else?
No, it's not for the blindness. That happens to anybody in the area, regardless. This is for damage. Devok, you take 6 necrotic damage, but you're actually resistant to necrotic because of that thing you did with your guild. So you only take 3 damage. However, unfortunately, you are stunned until the end of your next turn.
Okay. Are my skeletons and stuff still gonna keep doing what they're doing?
They're going to continue following their last order.
Okay.
All right, so that is that ghoul. All right, so the ghoul next to you, who is not affected by this, is going to take advantage of his advantage.
Just out of curiosity, is this whole box black, like a
Yes,
big black cloud, or is
it's
it
a
just
black
us
cloud.
blind?
Yeah.
So he would have disadvantage because he can't see me either, but advantage because he's pincing,
No, it doesn't.
which would cancel.
The description specifically says it does not affect the shadow ghoul. So
Okay,
he basically, you have disadvantage to hit him, and he has advantage to hit you because you're blinded and he's not.
got it. Okay, just trying to understand what's attacking me.
Yeah, fair enough. And with that, a 22 is still not good enough to hit you because you're really high AC. So even with advantage, he clings against your armor, but it does no damage. All right, and then that's fine. All right, so beginning of round 3, Ragu, you are currently blind. You have disadvantage to hit, but you can still do stuff. So what are you gonna do?
All right. Um, Char's going to fly over here. Give me or give the next person advantage on this guy here, and then fly back out of the way. And Ragu is going to attempt to hit this guy.
Okay. Fair enough. Since you gave the next person advantage, that advantage counteracts your disadvantage. So your first hit is just flat. Your
Mhm.
follow-up hits are at disadvantage.
Understood.
So your first hit does hit for 15 points of damage. So you flail, but you manage to hit him anyway.
Okay, and
Now you're at
then my
disadvantage.
second swing.
You hit anyway.
Oh, nice. I is flailing blind.
For
Ah!
another 9 points as you slice through him, despite not actually being able to see him.
But I have a good idea of where he is, so I'm just going to swing.
Yep. And you hit him again.
I cannot be stopped with blindness. Ah!
You smash him. He's still alive, but just barely. Is that the end of your turn?
I was trying. That that most certainly is. I'm trying there.
All right. So, Devok, unfortunately, you are stunned, which I don't think that means you can do anything until the end of your turn. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that for your next turn. However, your skeletons are not stunned, so they're going to continue to attack. Oh, actually, 2 of them are stunned, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll do that afterward. The one that's not stunned but in the cloud is going to attempt to shoot where it thinks the ghoul is, so it's going to have disadvantage. So that's a 19. It hits anyway
Nice.
for 9 points of damage. And then the nearby skeletons that are not in that cloud are just going to reposition themselves so they have better visibility and shoot. So 2 more shots. One of them misses, and the other manages to hit for another 12 points of damage. So let me remove that. Remove that. Alright, the skeleton near the other group of ghouls is going to shoot at ghoul 6. And he's going to hit for 8 points of damage. And then your zombie is going to flail away at the at ghoul 2 who's been trying to kill it. And he is going to miss. Alright. Ghoul 2 is then going to attempt to finish off the zombie by biting it. It hits once and misses the second time. Its bite does 11 points of damage, but the zombie is not dead yet. And then Ghoul 6 is going to move into an advantageous position, flanking the zombie, giving it advantage, and biting it twice. Despite the advantage, the first attack misses, but the second attack hits, potentially killing the zombie. And the zombie makes a Constitution save with a DC of 16. It fails and dies. All right, Ghoul 3, badly hurt but not deterred, attacks Ragu with advantage, biting him twice and hitting on the second bite. Or does he hit Ragu?
Wait a second. What's he hit at?
23.
Yeah, I'm gonna arcane deflection it. That's my reaction.
So he bites, but for some reason hits something solid that is not flesh or armor. All right, Ghoul 1 is going to attack Skeleton 6, and he too has advantage because Skeleton 6 cannot see. All right, bites twice, and he misses the first attack and hits on the second attack, doing 18 points of damage to the skeleton, destroying it. All right, Pico. Two zombie and a skeleton died, and the other ghouls continue to bite at Ragu. What are you going to do?
Alright, well, before I do anything, first, let me go ahead and warp up the...
We can't hear you.
Alright,
Hello?
before
Am
I
I still
do
here?
anything,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
checking to see what the current moonbeam does.
All right. You killed a ghoul and hurt the other.
Alright, Fire Lily is going to help me out and
Not that I'm telling anybody what to do, but Fire Lily still has that one fire grenade I gave her. Just a thought.
yeah. I thought I used that.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think you
my
did.
mistake.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, for distraction. Apologies.
Let's see. Oh shoot. Let's see. 'Cause the help action is. Yeah, damn it. All right. Fire Lily is going to go ahead and turn invisible. Oh, did they change those? Weird. All right, and but otherwise stay put. Stop staying up near the ceiling. I am going to go ahead and fire a pair of Eldritch Blasts at this Shadow Ghoul 1.
All right, go for it.
All right. Eldritch Blast.
The first one hits, second misses.
Wow. First one might as well have missed.
You notice it doesn't even look your direction. Is that the end of your turn?
That is it.
All right. So Shadow Ghoul 1 is going to attack Ragu with advantage.
Bring it on.
All right. So those are misses despite the high rolls. Ghoul 5 is going to. Okay. He is going to. Oh, no, he's just going to bite. All right. 20 is not good enough. Ghoul 7 is going to stay put. All right, round 4. Ragu, you're still in darkness, but somehow they are still having trouble hitting you. What are you going to do?
I'm going to have Char fly over and give me help on the first hit, just hooting, so I know vaguely where I'm hooting at. This cloud still hasn't evaporated.
That's right.
Okay, yeah,
Actually, let me
he's going
double
to.
check to make sure how long it lasts. Do, do, do. Cloud, creating a cloud, exhausted, makes. Okay, yeah, I guess the cloud is gone, actually. So, you actually have your normal attack.
Woohoo! All right, he will give me advantage on my first hit to that zombie right in front of me.
Yep. And you hit. 14 damage.
And then I will swing a second time.
And you hit. Their AC is
Oh,
13
nice. I thought I missed.
for another 13 damage,
And then a punch.
which also hits with another 9 points of damage. All right, is that the end of your turn?
That is, and I've got my reaction back. Okay, cool.
Yep. All right, Devok, you can move, you can see. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna shoot the ghoul directly in front of Ragu with a couple Eldritch Blasts.
All right. The first one misses,
Okay.
but you get a crit on the second.
For
So that
12.
looks like 12
Very
damage.
dangerous.
All right.
And my skeletons attack,
Yeah.
and that's it.
So the square here should not be there, but Roll20 is being a jerk and not letting me select it. But we'll say that they can see normally. So let's go for it. So that's 4 attacks there. They should not have advantage, but they do all hit, and 1 crits. So that's 10, 19, 21, 31, 39 damage. Yeah, when these guys gang up, it's respectable damage. All right, the skeleton 1 shoots at Ghoul 6. And with a hit, doing 10 damage.
Nice.
All right, Ghoul 2 is going to start heading toward the skeleton. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and attack it. It bites twice with a crit and a regular hit. So that's 21, 30 damage, destroying the skeleton. Then Ghoul 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Loops around, lumbering at whatever is the next target, which happens to be Devok, since he's closest. But with a 17 and a 16, he attempts to bite Devok and fails. All right.
Yeah.
Ghoul 1 steps forward to attack one of the skeletons. The dark cloud is gone. He hits twice, unfortunately, for looks like 20, 30 damage. So the skeleton dies again. And Pico. It looks like the ghouls are taking out the skeletons, but the ghouls themselves are being taken out as well. What are you going to do?
All right. Um, is that black cloud or whatever you mentioned still around?
No, it's gone. It's just that roll 20 is not letting me select it for some reason.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, that's a good point. Shoot, where's a good spot? I'm gonna move my moonbeam right here.
Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and roll damage for me, and I'll just go ahead and apply it now. Oh, actually, you have to do the full roll, so they get their save and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. It's funny how much trouble I have finding these things. Okay, that's not a bad roll.
All right, 16, half. One makes it, one fails. But they both survive.
All right. All right. Let's see. Shoot, I probably gonna get cut down pretty quickly. But just to be on the safe side, Fire Lily is going to go ahead and fly above the battle. Fly above the battle. Whoops, what the heck's going on here? There we go. Basically, Fire Lily's going to fly up here and provide the help action to this weakened ghoul right ahead of Rasiri, and just clawing at it briefly. Die again, you rotter! And then retreat back to the window.
All right.
Rotter. I like that.
Yep.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. Ghoul 4, somewhat distracted but undeterred, attacks Ragu. He no longer has advantage, though.
Mhm.
However, he does hit with a critical hit.
Yeah, can't dodge a crit, so.
That's right. So you take 26 damage as it bites into your flesh.
26
So
necrotic?
yeah, 26. So oh, you're talking about the type. That's right. You might have
Yeah.
this. It
I
is a
have
bite,
resistance
so
to
it is
necrotic
piercing
and fire.
damage.
Piercing. Okay, no, I don't have that necrotic. All right, so 26 points.
Okay, Ghoul 5 follows suit, encouraged by its allies' successful attack. Unfortunately, it still sucks and cannot hit. All right, Ghoul 7 stays put. Round 5, Ragu. You just had a good chunk of flesh torn out of you. What are you going to do about that?
Devok, how you doing here with Ghoul 6 on you? This is something I would be aware of. You're fighting right next to me.
Yeah, I'm okay, I guess. But
All
like,
right,
I can't take too many hits.
not a problem. Char is going to fly just down here and give the help action to the next person attacking Ghoul 6 and then get back out of the way. Rasiri is going to bonus action Knuckles, this guy right here.
Okay.
So
So just so you
bonus
know,
action
you only
first.
get your bonus action attack if you take a action attack.
Okay, I can do that in order if you like then. I'm going to take my action attack, both of them on this guy, and
Okay.
then bonus action Knuckles him.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe you should do one attack first, then the bonus action, then the
Okay,
other
yeah.
attack.
One attack for him,
That hits.
so he takes 16 piercing.
All right.
My bonus punch on that one that's annoying.
You hit. And
Roll it
9
again, because
points.
well, I guess that
you
kills him. Yeah.
you basically punch through its face, and then you pull back and it falls to the ground.
And then my second sword swing goes back to that first guy. Did I roll again for what again?
No, never mind. You killed him. That was to see if you crit.
Oh, did I have advantage on him?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to do to make sure you could kill him, but you didn't need it.
Okay. Yeah, my second swing for another 13
Yep.
piercing
Yeah, you
magical
definitely
damage.
heard it, but it still has more than half health. Is that the end of your turn?
Uh, that is. And Shadow Ghoul 6 has advantage for the next person. That's
Speaking
good.
of the next person, Devok, what are you going to do?
I will. I'll stab the ghoul with my spear.
Okay, you have advantage.
Cool. Do they? Are they resistant to piercing?
They're not.
Okay.
Okay, you hit.
For 9.
All right, 9 points. And as your skeletons will continue to attack. 3 of them can attack this guy, so I'll do that. All right, 2 of them hit for 22 damage, and it dies.
Nice.
And then, okay, that's it for that. So is that the end of your turn, Devok?
Yeah. Wait. Are only 3 of my skeletons alive?
That is correct.
Jeez. Okay. That means I won't have. How many did I have before?
You had 6 skeletons and 2 zombies.
So yeah, there goes every spell slot for this week.
Well, remember, you can bring back two
I know. I know I can.
per spell level, and because oh no, wait, you don't have source warlock, do you?
No.
Okay, well you do have um, arcane recovery that might be able to help you get back 2 second level spell slots.
It's a 3rd level spell.
Oh wait, and you are a level 10 wizard. 10 divided by
Yeah.
2 round up is 5. Okay, you can get 5 spell slots worth back, so you can get one of those back and a second level.
Okay. Either way, I am out of spell slots for this week after this fight.
Wait,
Alrighty.
how many spell slots do you have?
You should have a lot
3?
more than that as a level 10
You
wizard.
should, you should have a lot more than that. Yeah.
Oh wait, really?
All right,
Yeah.
let me look. What level spell slots are you talking about?
3rd.
Yeah, it only lists 3 third level spell slots.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he's also got 3 fourth level spell slots too. If he had
And
to use those.
2 fifth level spell slots.
Yes. That's what I
Okay,
have
see.
marked down.
Okay, so you've got 8
So you
slots
can,
that could cast that, and one of them might allow you, or
Oh,
2 of those slots might upcast.
yeah.
I had
If
no
you
idea that was a
upcast at
thing.
level, if you upcast at level 5, if you've got a level 5 spell slot, that should bring back 4 undead. Or no, with your power, 5 undead. I'll
I was
double check
unaware
that.
that upcasting was a thing.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to check the numbers, but yeah, if you upcast that spell, you can make an army on one spell slot if it's a high enough slot.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't know upcasting was a mechanic.
Yeah, we'll have to see about armoring up the skeletons too, and maybe we can come up with some tactics to help keep them at range. Yeah, right now the drawback is since there's so many of them and so few of us. I mean, as far as the enemies, that yeah, it's causing
Yeah.
the skeletons to end up in melee, but we might be able to do something
Yeah.
about
And
that.
and if you like your skeletons better than zombies, those 2 zombie corpses, you can bring them back as skeletons.
Yeah. Well, the zombies are useless.
Yeah, they're good at low level because at low level when you only do a few points of damage, that Constitution thing keeps them around for a long time. But once enemies are doing, I think, 15 points of damage, basically the zombies are guaranteed to fail their Constitution save.
And one thing to keep
But
in
you
mind
can't.
is that your skeletons did a lot of damage during the combat and killed
Yeah.
multiple ghouls, so they're definitely effective.
Yeah, and not only
Yeah.
that, they were taking attacks away from us, which was doubly a wall.
Yeah.
So
All
they
right.
are
But
awesome. Just keep getting them.
Yeah, and with your high level slots, you can use those to get more back. So you're not going to be out of slots. Not if you use those. Anyway, Shadow Ghoul 2 is going to attack Devok and fail miserably. Shadow Ghoul 6 is also going to attack Devok. And one of those hits, the 24. So Devok, it bites into you, doing 13 piercing damage. All right, Pico, you can see that Devok just got a chunk bitten out of him, and you can see that two of the ghouls are kind of crowding in on him. What are you going to do?
I'm going to move the moonbeam to right here,
Okay.
and I'll go ahead and roll the damage for that. 12 points. Okay.
So yeah, I don't think they take this until next round when it's their turn, but we can go ahead and apply it now, I suppose.
Yeah, normally it'd be at the beginning of their turn.
Yeah.
But just so we remembered applying it.
Okay, so they both made their saves, but they took some damage. All right, what's next, Pico?
Let's see. Where is? I'm assuming that Rasiri is going to be trying to deal with the one that's over there. So Fire Lily will come over and. Haven't you been dead before? Goes and claws at his face invisibly and then flies away.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
That'll do it.
All right. Ghoul 5 is going to move over and attack Ragu.
Okay. Come on.
And none of those are good enough to hit. Ghoul 7 is still staying put. And round 6, Ragu, what are you going to do?
I'm going to attack. Okay. Come on, pull up. I might need to reboot my computer. I won't do it until after the session's over, but it's acting really
Yeah, we're almost done.
sluggy. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so I have advantage already on that ghoul.
Yes.
So I will swing once.
Hit.
With a good strong hit.
12 points.
And then Char will fly above everybody's head, give me the help action, and fly away. I take my second swing.
You hit.
And then I'll follow up with a punch to the face.
All right, you punch. And miss.
Ah.
He finally got tired of getting hit, so he couldn't see your sword attacks for some reason, but could see your punch. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm telegraphing my punch too much. Yeah.
Apparently, you're pulling back. I'm gonna hit you.
Actually, can I do one more thing?
What's that?
On that second iridescent rapier swing that I did hit, I would like to burn a superiority dice. I'm using one monitor now, so I'm flipping back and forth because my second monitor was freaking out.
Okay, well, normally you're supposed to do it with the attack, but for now, go ahead.
Yes. I apologize. That is my mistake. All right, one superiority die. I am rolling 1d8. Come on. Damage. So
Okay.
5 points of damage. And Devok has 50% of his movement without attacks of opportunity. You might want to back away. You've got a bunch behind me.
Okay, go ahead, Devok. Half of your movement.
Okay.
Somewhere, yeah, out of the way there. Just trying to help you out here.
All right.
Yeah, and then I'll
Ragu,
shoot. So, oh.
is that the end of your turn?
Nope.
All
That
right.
is.
Devok, what are you gonna do?
Then I'll shoot the ghoul that was just right next to me on the right.
Are you talking about? Sorry, which ghoul? This one?
The one on the right. This one.
Yeah. Okay. All right, both those hit.
Both of them. And then my skeletons attack.
Alright. Alright, so that's 11 damage plus the skeletons need to move, which is fine. Alright. Alright, they're gonna gang up on Shadow Ghoul 6 because it looks weaker. Alright, 2 of them hit. One of those hits is a crit. So that is 19, 24 damage. Not enough to kill it, but still took a good chunk out. Okay, so that's all of those. Okay, is that the end of your turn, Devok?
Yeah.
Alright. So Shadow Ghoul 2 is going to step up and flank Ragu.
Come on. I want you with me.
And even with the flank, still fails to make contact with anything but maybe some armor. And then Shadow Ghoul 6 is going to move south and attack one of the skeletons. And it hits once and misses once. The skeleton takes 13 damage, but is still there. Pico, you can see that one of the skeletons has been damaged. You can see that Ghoul 2 is still within, I think he's still within range of your spell, but the Ghoul 6 certainly is not anymore. What are you going to do?
All right. First off, Fire Lily's gonna fly over and claw at Shadow Ghoul 6's face. Are you familiar with tired old memes? As Fire Lily pulls away. And with that, tired old meme comes into play because Ceiling Cat says hi. From above, I'm going to go ahead and strike down at Shadow Ghoul 6.
Okay,
So
that's a hit.
All right, so that does 10 points of damage. And then I'm going to go ahead and use the bonus action to go ahead and attack with the other claw, which works as well, for 6 points.
All right, you only get the advantage on your on one
Oh,
attack,
sorry.
but that 22 would have hit
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
All right, is that the end of your turn?
No, because this is probably not an especially great place to be. I am going to go ahead and retreat, pop over to the bookshelf here, and kind of hunker down.
Fair enough. All right, Shadow Ghoul 5 is going to take his advantage of his advantage to try to kill Ragu. However, one misses, but one does hit, or does it, Ragu?
I'll use 23 arcane deflection.
All right.
I can burn that.
Fair enough. All right,
Just
and
kind of
that
tink and it magical essence glows out from me and he tries to bite and just doesn't get through.
that's correct. So round 7, Ragu, the ghoul in front of you almost hit you. What are you going to do?
How dare you! Kryson Bluedock! Boom! Swing away. Char's gonna fly down, give me a little advantage, owl, and I am going to swing hard.
You hit
That's hard.
for 12 damage.
Then I'm gonna do 2 more attacks to swing.
Hit.
And my knuckles punch to the face.
That hit again. Can you do at least 4 points of damage? You do, and you finish it off.
Ba-boom! Yeah, okay, yep, that's it. I've just used my reaction and everything. Okay, cool. Oh no, I just got my reaction back. Alright. I gotta keep track. Alright, yep, I'm good. I can now turn my attention towards Shadow Ghoul 2.
All right, Devok. Shadow Ghoul 6 is no longer in sight, but you can still see Ghoul 2, I think. Let me check that. Yeah,
Yep.
so what are you going to do?
Shoot it with
Okay.
Eldritch Blast.
The first one hits the bookcase, second one hits.
I do
2
2
points
damage.
get through. Then your skeletons are going to attack. Alright, so I guess the 2 in front are going to do melee attacks, so they don't get disadvantage. 1 misses, 1 hits. The one that hits finishes it off by chopping off its head. The ranged
Nice.
attacker then shoots at Shadow Ghoul 2. And hits, doing 10 points of damage to Shadow Ghoul 2. Shadow Ghoul 2. Alright, Shadow Ghoul 2 is still going to continue attacking Ragu because this doesn't want to get sliced in half from behind.
Which he will.
And fails to make contact. Pico, you can see that there's only 1 ghoul left in sight, although you can hear one still in the north who doesn't seem to have come down. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna hop back over to this bookshelf, leaning over. Let me see one thing here real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and hop back over here. Tired Meme says hi again. But first, actually, Fire Lily's gonna go ahead and claw at this thing, fly back.
Okay,
So first one, wink,
you hit.
and the second one,
Hits again.
oh, nifty. All right, and I don't like the idea of being there, so I go ahead and retreat, and that's my turn.
All right. So round 8. Ragu, there's only 1 Shadow Ghoul that you can see. What do you do?
Attack. I'm gonna have Char fly over and give me a help action. Or wait, did Fire Lily just give me a help action?
No, that actually applied to me because I used it to attack that thing.
Oh, okay, cool. Char will fly over, giving me the help action, and then fly over here safely.
All right.
And then, let's see, advantage. Swing hard.
You hit. 9 points of damage.
Alright, my second swing
Misses.
misses. And a punch.
You hit again. 7 points. All right, is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Time for Devox Artillery Strike.
All right.
Yes.
Devok, you only see 1 Shadow Ghoul. What do you do?
Artillery platform.
Eldritch Blast.
Second one hits. For 10
10.
points. And then your skeletons are all going to shoot. 2 of which hit. For 18 points of damage. Finishing off Shadow Ghoul 2. Shadow Ghoul 7 does not seem to be interested in approaching you, so we're going to go ahead and exit combat.
Oh, I was going to say, can we run up or will we initiate combat when we get to him?
Yeah, I mean, you might not need to initiate combat, so we'll leave that decision for next time. But for now, we will leave combat. And as we close the session, you do notice several open books and a part of a torn scroll on the table that is clearly were being looked at recently, but we'll have to wait until next session to figure out what is there.
The reason I bring it up is because Pico still has a moonbeam up, and that's very time sensitive.
It's not.
Wanted to try to attack.
We were in round
last
8,
guy.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
that thing's gonna expire in 2 rounds. It's not worth it.
Well, you didn't activate it on round 1, did you? I thought you didn't activate it till like round 3 or 4.
I'm pretty sure it was much earlier than that, but ultimately it's not going to last that long, and it wasn't doing very much damage. It was getting poor rolls. Plus, they've got a really high con bonus, so
Okay.
they've.
Okay. Just checking. Keeping all of our advantages, to bear. All right.
Yeah, I mean, later there in the battle, I was doing more damage by not moving the moonbeam, because I couldn't couldn't hit multiple critters with it. So single target damage, I was actually more effective with my newly upgraded claws.
Okay. Sorry. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
that's
make
fine.
sure. All
Yeah.
right.
Alrighty, I think everybody missed at least twice, so I'm just gonna.
I had a couple of good fails in there.
Yep.
I know I failed a lock picking roll.
Alrighty, so session 57 experience points. So it looks like 2,000 experience points, 1,000 from encounters, 500 from treasure, and 500 from exploration and clues. Plus, and I actually did that wrong. Everybody gets 500 learning from failure experience, not 350. Let me update that. All right, save. There you go. So 500 experience points for learning by failure. All right, so I went ahead